Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. Residents and drivers decry deteriorating condition of Old Aba Road in Oyibo local government area. Concern grows over NYC exclusion of Ken Poly graduates amid accreditation issues. Court convicts ex-minister Saleh Maman over 33.8 billion naira fraud. On the foreign scene, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio meets Pope Leo amid rising U.S. Holy See tensions. Now the detail. Residents and drivers plying the Old Aba Road in Oyibo local government area of Rivers State have decried the deteriorating condition of the road, describing it as a major challenge for commuters and businesses operating within the area. The residents who spoke to Today FM's Priyo Zogu lamented that the road becomes almost inaccessible during the rainy season due to erosions, potholes and flooding, thereby causing hardship for motorists and pedestrians. They called on the Rivers State government and relevant intervention agencies to urgently rehabilitate the road to ease transportation and improve economic activities in the area. The resident also noted that some portions of the road previously rehabilitated by the Niger Delta Development Commission NDDC have already deteriorated and are now in poor condition. According to them, the Old Aba Road serves as an important alternative route for motorists traveling between Rivers and Abia states, stressing that neglecting the road could further worsen traffic.
That place now, they worry many people. But I say, make main motors not even follow here. Make them help us. Then go feed them for, make them do them for us. The road they very rough for any season time.
So the nearly dredging company that is existing there now help us to amend some certain places. But once it is June, July, that place will be no area. So let the government come and rescue us.
Thank you very much, sir.
The road is very bad. Old Aba Parakot Road. So Imo River. They don't take care. They rather go take express. They revise. If they're going this way, they will revise. Take the other way. They should come and help now. NDDC has done one time. No way. It's spoiled. So the River State government or anybody in position will come.
There is growing concern among parents and members of the public over the inability of some graduates of Ken Bison Sarawiwa Polytechnic Buri to participate in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps NYC program due to their departments not yet obtaining full accreditation from the National Board for Technical Education (NBTE). Reacting to the development, the executive director of the Indigenous Language and Cultural Empowerment Foundation, Magnus Edo, described the situation as deeply troubling. Edo, in an interview with Today FM's Uchende Jo, explained that graduates of the affected department are becoming increasingly frustrated as certificates from unaccredited programs are not recognized for NYC mobilization or public sector employment.
The backwardness in education affects the future of our children, not only our children, but our nation building. We are talking about the growth of youth, and youth are being stranded. Youth are being restrained from pursuing their career because since you cannot use what you have to continue your education, you cannot as well use what you have to be gainfully employed. According to the Nigeria setting, you must present paper, and these papers are yet forthcoming. It is not going to affect only the school, it's traumatizing the children. As parents, it is painful. I haven't paid school fees all these years. Checking the age of our children, they shall be competing academically with other children elsewhere.
He noted that the situation represents not only an institutional failure, but also one that threatens the future of young people while placing significant emotional and financial burdens on affected families.
We are calling on the management of Ken Poly to act now and ensure that they did all what they could do to ensure that all these courses are accredited. We love the institution. That is why we are calling on the management to act now. We love our children. That is why we need them to continue their education. We are calling on on all stakeholders, the executive governor of the state, mostly the rector that was recently appointed, and the chairman of governing council of Kempoli to act now. We need results. We need results so that this 2026 academic year will be a year that we can celebrate.
Magnus Ador further emphasized that students deserve clarity, justice, and direction, calling on the management of the institution, relevant stakeholders, and Governor Siminala Ifubara to urgently intervene and address the concerns of affected students of Ken Poly. As at the time of filing this report, efforts to reach the management of the institution for comments were unsuccessful. Former President Goodluck Jonathan says he will embark on wide consultations before deciding whether to contest the 2027 presidential election, following renewed calls from supporters urging him to return to the race. Jonathan spoke in Abuja after a group of his supporters marched to his office to press him to consider another presidential bid. He said any decision on participation in the election would be taken after careful consultations, while stressing that peace and credible elections remain critical to Nigeria's stability. Jonathan urged young Nigerians to remain actively engaged in the democratic process, particularly through voter participation, noting that inclusive and peaceful elections are essential for national development and political stability. The former president also reflected on his experience observing elections in several African countries, warning that presidential elections are not a computer game and require serious national reflection. While acknowledging the calls from his supporters, he said he had heard them clearly and would consult widely before making any decision on the possible return to the presidential race.
If we don't have peaceful and credible elections, most good citizens will not want to get involved in politics. As young people must continue to be fully involved in the electoral process, especially your right to vote. I've observed elections in about 14 or more African countries. Nigeria have the lowest turnout of elections in every election cycle. And it shows as if people are not even interested in their election. Presidential race is not a computer game. But I've heard you, and I'll consult widely. African countries that even when we are students, parts of our scholarship monies were contributing to solve problems in those countries. And treating Nigerians as if we are all a bunch of criminals, because probably we leaders have not been able to build our country. These things could be done by any other person, may not necessarily be Jonathan. But I've heard you, I will consult if there's need to. Fine.
Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja will tomorrow hear a suit seeking to stop former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The suit was filed by lawyer John Mary Chidobi, who is asking the court to declare Jonathan constitutionally ineligible to seek the presidency again. Justice Peter Lifu had earlier ordered hearing notices to be served on the defendants after they failed to file responses to the suit. Jonathan is listed as the first defendant, while the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Attorney General of the Federation are joined as second and third defendants. The plaintiff is seeking an order restraining Jonathan from presenting himself as a presidential candidate and preventing INEC from accepting or publishing his name for the 2027 poll. In the originating summons, Gideobi argued that Jonathan had exhausted the constitutional limit of 2 terms after completing the tenure of late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua in 2010 and subsequently serving a full term following his victory in 2011 election. The Federal High Court in Abuja has convicted former Minister of Power Salim Maman on a 12-count charge of fraud and money laundering brought against him by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. Justice James Omotosho held that the prosecution successfully proved its case beyond reasonable doubt, finding Maman guilty of diverting public funds totaling about 33.8 billion naira during his tenure in office under former President Muhammadu Buhari. The court found that the former minister unlawfully handled large sums, including a cash payment of $655,700 used to purchase property in Abuja without passing through a financial institution. He was also convicted of criminal breach of trust relating to funds allocated for the Mambila and Zungeru hydroelectric power projects, with the court noting that much of the money was allegedly siphoned through Bureau de Change operators who converted it into foreign currency. Delivering judgment, Justice Omotosho criticized Man's conduct, stating that instead of contributing meaningfully to resolving Nigeria's electricity challenges, he lived large at the expense of ordinary citizens. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thank you so much for staying with us. Now the rest of our stories. The Nigerian army has cautioned its personnel against the misuse of social media, warning that soldiers who violate existing regulations on online conduct will face disciplinary action. Reports said that the warning was issued by the Army Provost Marshal, Major General Matthias Erebulu, during a training seminar for military police personnel. Erebulu said soldiers have no business engaging freely on social media and stressed that breaches of the military social media rules would attract sanctions. He directed commanders and officers in charge of various formations to intensify sensitization efforts within their units to ensure strict compliance with online conduct guidelines. He also reminded personnel that unit leadership must ensure troops are fully aware of the consequences of improper online activity. President Bola Tinubu has approved the redeployment of former Minister of Aviation Fani Kayode as Nigeria's ambassador designate to South Africa. The development followed earlier reports that Fani Kayode was initially nominated for a posting to Germany, which he says he declined before requesting a change of assignment. In a statement posted on his X handle, Fani Kayode said he formally asked the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to be reassigned, citing personal preferences and his long-standing familiarity with Europe as reasons for not taking up the Germany posting. He added that he preferred South Africa, describing it as a country with strong economic ties to Nigeria and one that aligns more closely with his views on Pan-African foreign policy. He explained that his request was reportedly considered and approved after discussions with the then Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Yusuf Tugar, who forwarded the recommendation to President Tinubu for final approval. Fani Kayode said he welcomed the decision, noting that he views South Africa as a more suitable destination for his diplomatic service. Members of the Ameuli family in Bodo village, Alu community in the Ikre local government area of River State, have again called on the Inspector General of Police and the State Commissioner of Police to urgently intervene to prevent alleged illegal sale of their family land. The family, in an interview with newsmen, accused one of their own, identified as Fabulous, of selling the Adoro farmland in Mbodoalu, Ikore local government area, to resident doctors, the Academic Staff Union of Universities, and ASU without the consent of other family members. A principal member of the family, George Ameuli, who spoke on the development, said despite securing a court judgment concerning the disputed land, their brother has continued to act independently, refusing to involve other family members in transactions related to the property. Ameuli dissociated the family from any sale of the Orada farmland, stressing that neither the eldest man nor other principal members were consulted before any transaction was initiated, warning that the situation could lead to unrest if not urgently addressed.
All this while that the judgment came, he has not been carrying the family people along. He has been selling the land. It's not the general family that sold the property to whoever that bought the lands. So those people, if they said they are not land grabber, they are not into land grabbing, why will you go and buy property of such amount or such number? You did not investigate. Can one man have more than 1,000 plot or 900 plot in this Nigeria? No history, no title. He just went ahead and paid the person outrightly. So I am calling Inspector General of Police, so people will not tag the Commissioner of Police as land grabber.
The legal representative of the Ameole family in Dubisi, Agumago, outlined the legal process that led to the family securing judgment over the land and expressed concern that a real estate company and other organizations would proceed with the purchase of the property without proper consultation with the rightful owners. Agumago added that the family is taking all necessary legal steps to reclaim the land from those who allegedly acquired it unlawfully.
Judgment was given in favor of the family on the 25th day of July 2025. Since the judgment was given in favor of the family, the father who represented the family has refused to carry the family along. He has gone ahead to sell family property because the judgment was very, very clear. This is Amebule's family land. It's not an individual's land. So we are telling the general public not to buy any property in respect of all other farmland situated at our law in the Kure local government area without confirming from the family property. And the family is taking steps to nullify all the transactions Fabulous did in that place.
The paramount head and Iwe Ali of Alakaya community, His Royal Highness Daniel Ubunna Dodo, Doha Alakaya in Council, Community Development Committee, CDC opinion leaders, youth, women, and the entire Alakaya community have expressed deep regret over the passing of their member, brother, and former chairman of the Alakaya CDC, Anelechi Samuel, who died on June 11, 2025, after a brief illness. Anelechi Samuel, whose burial ceremony is scheduled for Saturday, May 9, 2026, died at the age of 46. In a statement jointly signed by Eze Daniel Ubunna Dodo and the CDC chairman, Enyi Leonard, on behalf of the Alakaya community, the funeral activities will commence at 10 a.m. with the departure of the body from Delight Mortuary at Obakari Junction to his family house at Amadiebe's compound along Mbuike Road, Rumolugbo Community, Alakaya. At 10:30 a.m., the body will lie in state at his family residence, while the funeral service will commence at 11 a.m. before interment will follow at 12 noon. The statement further called on all and sundry to come out en masse to give the late former CDC chairman a befitting burial. On the foreign scene, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has visited the Vatican for talks with Pope Leo XIV, the first U.S.-born pontiff, against the backdrop of growing diplomatic friction between the White House and the Holy See. Rubio's motorcade arrived via Via Della before entering the Vatican for a private audience with the Pope, followed by meetings with Vatican Secretary of State Cardinal Pietro Parolin. The visit comes shortly after U.S. President Donald Trump publicly criticized Pope Leo over his anti-war stance and unusually direct rebuke of the head of the Catholic Church. The Trump administration had initially welcomed Leo's election in May 2025, but relations have since deteriorated following disagreement over global conflict, particularly in the Middle East. Trump recently described the Pope as weak on crime and terrible for foreign policy, after Leo condemned escalating military actions and called for peace. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. Residents and drivers have decried the deteriorating condition of the old Aba Road in Oyibo local government area. You heard that concern are growing over NYSC's exclusion of Kent Poly graduates amid accreditation issues. We told you that the Federal High Court in Abuja has convicted former Minister of Power Saleh Maman over 33.8 billion naira fraud. The foreign scene, you also heard that the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has met the Pope Leo amid rising U.S. Holy See tensions. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comment and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live today. 95.1 FM. My name is Queen Chima. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people. Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Is full course. We start with some motivation to ignite the spark in you for a great day. Then a full interactive sports show on Sport Attack 6:30 a.m. Unbeatable and concise news reports on the world news at 7 a.m. And our newspaper review segment now 7:30 a.m. Oh yes, 7:30 a.m. The scoops and the commentaries from my esteemed panelists. Today's quest 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Miss it, you miss out.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat, or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Evening, May 7, 2026, Thursday, 6:34. My name is Queen Chima, and you're listening to Today 95.1 FM. How's your day been? I guess great. Great is in my definition, right? I don't know what it's been like for you, so you could do a perfect description. I'm sure you're like, Queen, it's been a hectic day. It's been quite a lot for me. I've been here and there and doing that and this or those. I think that I became I became more grateful 2 days ago. Because I was thinking about a number of things, and I said, okay, maybe I should just stop thinking about these things and just appreciate God for his grace and faithfulness. So thank God we're alive. Thank God for life, man. That's what we should say. Maybe or maybe not, but I think that's what we should say. Thank God for life. So welcome to today's Connect. It's going to be a beautiful evening. I want to know what's going on in your mind. What's on your mind. I want to know that. We move from that to eyewitness report. So start preparing yourself to, if there's something that you think you want to talk to me about, you want to talk to the government about, you want to talk to your local government chairman, you want to talk to your neighbor, you want to talk to your wife, you want to talk to, most importantly, authorities. to take note of something around your area that isn't working, or something that you think needs media attention or the government's attention, would handle all of that. And then from 8 to 9 would be security, and you, of course, will have a security expert, Mr. Smith, in the studio, talk about something really important. But then back to what's on your mind. So I read this news where former President Goodluck Jonathan said contesting Nigeria's presidency is not a computer game, as he reacted to calls by youth groups urging him to contest the 2027 election. This is not the first time we've heard a lot of urging, some backdoor, some suggestions, of course, suggestions. Some people have come out openly about it. There were even rumors that, he was going to contest for the 2027 elections. But rumors, we haven't heard anything from him. I listened to that, his voice, and I think that was quite diplomatic. That's quite a diplomatic response from him, saying he was going to do wider consultations before knowing what to do. Consultations, you mean? I think the man already knows if he's going to or not. And there is also that other concern about having been president twice, right, after the death of Umaru Yar'Adua. There are court cases to that, asking that, barring him to contest. Some saying it wasn't a full term, so full tenure, so that there can be some adjustments to that. But I don't know who would want a Goodluck Jonathan back, which group of people would want him back. Everyone has their decision to make when it comes to do with politics. I mean, with everything that's been going on now, we had Peter Obi and Kwankwaso move from the ADC to the NDC. That's a conversation that haven't left the lips of a lot of people. And also, some people think it was a brilliant move. Others think it was a foolish movement. And well, whatever you want, what you want for 2027 as a Nigerian. And so that's all that matters. So I'm just thinking about that. But one thing that I think the former president said that stands out, even if I think so, is monitoring elections, other African countries, other countries of the world. And he said the way elections are handled in other countries is not exactly what it is. He talked about the low turnout of voters. And for you may say, why wouldn't there be low turnout? Maybe we expect more from our leaders. Maybe we want the Independent National Electoral Commission to function this way. Maybe we want this and that. And some say we're not interested in voting. But I think that it may be different, way different this 2027, having a lot of people come out to cast their votes and say we want our votes cast and we want it to count. Tell me, what's on your mind? Let's get into your head this evening. I'm getting into your head. We are getting into your head together. Let's bring that out. Say it. If it's hurting you, I think it's best to say it. It's either you say it or you write it so you feel better. But if it's not hurting you, let's keep sharing it. 0810-9510-951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Hello, is that Faustina?
No, it's Queen Chima.
Okay, Queen. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Promise. I'm calling from Alakaya.
Promise, welcome.
Thank you. Queen, I thank you so much for, more especially today at 5.1 FM, because this radio station has been, if I'm to credit them, I'll credit them 98%, because they have been trying. Let me go to the what is on my mind. What is on my mind this evening? I always call, this radio station has been one of my best stations. I always call and complain of something. These headers that has been rampaging everywhere. These people, I've been calling on this, complaining of this, that I need help. I don't know who will help me, because I have gone to the place I'm staying or where I'm living here in Alakaya, complain to the CDC and whatever people, no help. These people, they normally come to my farm. I don't know what is their problem.
Where's your farm at?
My farm is located at back of UPTH here in Alakaya. So back of UPTH, this hospital. The back is where my farm is. If I am to call you or to send a video to you, these people, these headers called, I don't know the name I will give to them. They have been destroying my farm for a very long time. I don't know what to do. So this thing has been bothering me. And again, let me go to Goodluck Jonathan and maybe people calling on him to come and run for the second or to come and be their president. Goodluck has been our president for at least 4 years. He's not solved the problem. Him coming again now, I don't think he will solve the problem. Let the Southeast or the South, let them forget about being president of this country or something like that. Because
good evening, Reginald.
Reginald from Kepechu.
All right.
Lady Queen, I have two things that is bothering me.
That's on your mind. So you don't have good one. You don't have one bothering you and the other one not bothering you. But it's fine.
Let me just start. Two things that is bothering me. Lady Queen, I am just saying that is there any miracle that will make it possible for us to have former Governor Mechi come back as a governor of Rivers State to tackle the insecurity that we have here in Rivers State? Lady Queen, do you believe that for the past 4 or 5 years now, as an chairman, I've been buying Gary? It's not that me and my wife we used to do farm, but at the end of the day, my farm will be scattered, will be destroyed.
By herders?
Will be eaten by herders. At the end of the day, I end up buying Gary as a chairman. Is it not a taboo for me?
Yeah.
This is what I've been going through for the past 4 or 5 years. And looking at my wife crying every year after farming. I went there today. She called me. I went there today, Lady Queen. You can't believe what my eyes saw.
All right. Wrap up your thoughts, please.
You look at your wife crying in the farm because of the farm that she did has been destroyed.
It's hurting.
Then, secondly, I'm looking at when will it be a time that, in as much as presently, me and you, we cannot contest election in Nigeria as a result of the political parties we have today and the current leaders we have today does not give opportunity for me and you to contest election. When do we have an independent candidate?
All right, so we'll find out about that. I have to let you go. This is the second call for around herders. I don't know. There are laws. I mean, there's supposed to be 5 years imprisonment. There's a committee set up. I'm talking about laws here in Rivers State that prohibits open grazing. And it's just that implementation has been lax, and I don't know why that is. There was also the call by traditional rulers to get to monitor respective local governments and with reports as to what's all of this and how it's happening. I mean, hearing this report, especially from Ichi, it's sad, and the government should really look into this again. If the committee has to be set up again or some other procedure or process to get this sorted out, it'd be good. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Good evening. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Mr. Kure is my name. What is in my mind? What is talk now about the former president's statement?
Okay.
Now, I will tell you, to me, I will not bother for that man to come and stretch himself for Nigeria again. The degree of insult in Nigeria because of we are lack respect. And for that, to me, I don't want it. And I will refer to the book of that man, my transition, that he eats with people who are enemy to him. That only God has saved him. and at the level of how Nigeria man look like.
All right.
As you see them struggling for this money, they are ready to kill and kill because of leadership, which God will not give to them. So to me, I am not challenging that man should come. He have a duty to play for his family. So what he has said is better. So I am advising everybody, calling the good Lord to come. He will come. I will not who the same people who said,
all right. On a woman. All right. Welcome. What's on your mind? Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Yeah, thank you, man. Good evening.
I'm good. Good evening.
Yeah, Tembilon. What is in my mind? You just capture it very, very accurate. You asked a question, who wants Jonathan back? I think Jonathan contribute the suffer we are passing through now. For easily hand over Nigeria to this party called APC. It's not what it's not the main. For the main thing that was second that was in my mind, this living in bondage guy, Kenneth Okonkwo. Because Obi left, he was planning that Obi will go primary to Atiku so that Atiku will spread dollars. I think them caught. It's not happy. I'm watching him in my phone right now, as he was every time blasting Obi because he get caught. Atiku select him as a vice now.
Right.
Is he not supposed to? Yes. Yeah, the first picking where they carry for back, no say road far. Thank you, Jared.
All right, thank you. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good evening.
Yes, God bless you. Good evening, my beloved sister.
Welcome.
My name is Serena Samson. I'm calling from the city of Abuaudua, Nemago Kubo clan.
Welcome.
You know what is on my mind?
Please tell me.
My beloved sister, you also, I normally use the little medium that you give to me to reach to every daughters of River State, including you in the studio right now. Because you'll find one person led by Similar Fogara. He is doing a marvelous work across River State. My beloved sister, I am happy. River people are happy. My friends, my brother, my family, we are all happy. Trans-Calabari Road is going on seriously, my beloved sister. Seriously. In Delhi to Odua, those section of those environments is going on seriously. The one at Omo is going on. My beloved sister will find someone led by Similar Fugara. Right. It's high time all of us to rally around across the 23 edge to ensure that we return this young man back to office. It's not something that we'll be looking on one person to anoint somebody or no anoint. See, we all have PVC. We have put our PVC in plain tact. So we'll bring Similar Fugara back to office.
All right.
And Similar Fugara will return by the special grace of God.
All right. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello, Queen.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, this is Onyagwara Dennis. Since they say honorary doctorate degree, you should not bear it again.
Welcome.
My fear is an addendum. When people are not educated, you did not open the books, then you want to answer doctor. How will you know how to rule now? The way to rule is in the book. If you didn't open the book, there's no way you will know. But what's on my mind is how Nigeria, as large as it is, will be here doing open grazing, and it takes the King of England to notice that so much money is wasted. He now invites our president, and he's interested in harnessing grazing. Don't you think it is intriguing? He wants to do that business in Nigeria, and they say he can rake an average of 600 and something billion pounds sterling. So shameful that Africans or Nigerians, not even Africans, are just monkeying around like the monkey that they are cutting a big tree and is gallivanting. You understand? They can't see the money in the grazing.
That statement, though, Nigerians monkeying around, I think you should retract that. You can put that as not in actual terms, right? Someone might find that offensive. I don't think Nigerians are monkeying around.
Well, if you think so.
I don't think so. I don't think Nigerians are monkeying around. Maybe
with democracy.
Oh, how you can put it that way. But when you say Nigerians, you're putting a tag on Nigerians.
So,
and that's not
another
nice.
thing I want to add is that leadership is easy. There are things, though I'm coming up with it, I'll still come and bring it to your studio. Goodluck Jonathan actually is not a good administrator, because if he was there, even after 1 year, and Nigeria is still what it is, how could you call him back to do?
All right,
Anybody
thank you.
calling him
Thank
back
you,
is,
Dennis.
I think, expressing an ineptitude. Thank you.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. What's on your mind?
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is Andrew.
Welcome, Andrew.
What I have in my mind for the now is for Obi defecting from ADC to NDC.
Okay.
In my own opinion, it's a welcome development. I discovered recently that there is a high relationship between political science and economics. In political science, the power to fix anybody in elected position in a working system is in the hand of the electorate. Just like the power of what to produce is in the hands of the consumers in economics. Crossing from ADC to NDC, Nigerian Democratic Congress.
Oh, sorry, your network. Or the network, I guess. Let's see some text messages. Queen, good evening. What is on my mind is the opportunity Nigerians missed for not having someone like Goodluck Jonathan as the president of this great nation. The man meant well for all and sundry. It's unfortunate the government we have now is taking us anyway. Chijoke. When you say missed, he was president, was he not? You mean again? Okay, that is that. And I thought I saw a WhatsApp message. Did I not? Okay. Let's get your calls, and we'll wrap up in a bit. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Yeah. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. My name is Expert. I'm calling you from Iberioma.
Expert, welcome from Iberioma.
Thank you very much. Yeah. My sister Queen. My advice to the former president of Nigeria, Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, is not to contest come 2027. If he wants to respect his age and
are you there? Welcome to
Good evening, my sister.
Today FM. Good evening. What's on your mind?
What was my mind this night? It concerns. My name is Augustine.
All right, Augustine.
It's about P2B leaving ADC to NDP. What is something
NDC.
Like NDC, yes. In the first place, I noticed that P2B will leave that party because the problem we have in this country. See, Atiku. I know that all these Atiku make sure that you buy that this ticket from that ADC. So P2B have seen it clearly. There's no need for him to stay in there. And again, I know and I believe we need P2B this period. Seriously, we need P2B. Person that will come to manage our economy.
Okay.
Somebody that can give us what we want. Sister, we are suffering now. I'm saying we are suffering in this country. Can you imagine the president come and tell us the war they are fighting at Iran? That's the reason why we don't have light here. That's why we don't. Can you imagine? We are suffering. The suffer is too much.
All right.
So we need somebody that will come and Jonathan. See, sometimes Jonathan, for me, he gets. I don't know. Let them leave Jonathan to go. Let people come.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Queen. What's on my mind is how everybody wants to be to solve the party's problem without considering the fact that Obi is just one man. And the problem is being instigated by the federal. So how do one man fight a whole government in power? They should give power to Obi and institute problem and let's see if Obi will not be able to solve it. I don't understand. He's just been a wise man choosing his battle carefully. As big and powerful as we take up, he has not been able to solve PDP's problem to date. As powerful as Atiku and Amechi and all the rest in ADC, they have not been able to solve ADC's problem together. till date. Yes, you people want only Obi to solve problem. That he should keep on solving problem. Then when he solve one, they'll bring another one. He solve one. He's just being a wise man, and he should keep moving until he gets it without stress and without corruption and without bribing. I'm with you on that. Thank you.
All right, that's a voice message on WhatsApp. Remember that portal is also open for you. Could drop a voice message on WhatsApp. It's 0701 9339 962. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Good evening, my sister Quinchima.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, I remember Chigozi from Odon Bakri.
Welcome. Daddy, welcome.
Yes,
I can hear someone telling you, Daddy, welcome.
Thank you. Yes, it's my little child. Thank you very much.
Yeah. All right, go on, please.
What is my mind is this. I want to use this medium to say this sound and clear for people of River State that any person that do good in Ikore language, they say that will make a cancer. So I'm begging everybody that is hearing my voice, let us return Governor Saint Fubara back. The governor have done well for people of River State. Let me take for instance, since 1999, Odele was the first governor of River State. No governor have do this. If you're a civil servant, by the end of that year, he will give you 100,000 naira for your Christmas bonus. So if we return him back, a lot of people, a lot of community, a lot of local government across River State will benefit more. Thank you, my sister. This is what is my mind.
All right. Thank you for sharing. What's on your mind? Welcome.
Yeah, this is Ono International.
Welcome.
From Emeka.
Welcome, Ono.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening.
So, what is on my mind is that is a very big message that I want to send to a group, coalition groups, Rambo coalition group, and APC in general. This coming 2027, any attempt of rigging an election in this our country is not going to be accepted. We are not going to accept it. We will not even wait and say we want to go to court. We can never go to court again in this country. So they should not even think of rigging election. Okay. Let the people's vote count. That is my problem with these people. So that is the message I am trying to pass to the federal government and the coalition people. Rambo coalition. This is the first time I'm hearing Rambo coalition in River State. I don't know where Rambo coalition. Anything that have different color is not a good thing. Please, they should not rig election. If not, it's not going to end well. It's not going to go down well with everybody. We have Nigerians are out now to take back their country.
All right.
With Nigeria will be okay.
All right. What is on my mind, this is a text message, this evening is that the amiable governor should please remove primary healthcare workers' pay point from local government areas back to their management board in the state. As at today, salaries are yet to be paid. Raymond from Igrota, River State. Thank you for texting, Raymond. Just about 2 minutes to the top of the hour. Maybe I should take a call. Yes, this one. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, good evening. What's on your mind?
Good evening. Am I on to Don Wishing?
No, this is Queen Chima. It's Today FM,
right.
Yes, but not Dawn.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Okay, I am Comrade Kabari calling from Malekun.
All right. In a minute, please, Comrade Kabari.
Yeah. What is on my mind is the upload on Governor Siminala Ifubara and those calling on Jonathan to contest election for the office of president in Nigeria. That is what is on my mind. You know what? Those who are applauding Siminala are the people that fall into the circles of statement that Ken Sliwali came out into DFM, where he said that we do not even know what we want.
All right then.
In River State, I said, Mark, let me ask you, is there anything like a mock exam for junior WAEC, when they want to write junior WAEC, is there anything like mock exam that goes to junior WAEC?
All right, Comrade Kabari, would have to go now. Thank you. And maybe you can call on Eyewitness Report.
Okay.
Thank you. That's it on What's on Your Mind. Thank you. Good evening. See you shortly. I'm still here with you. Good evening. I'm Queen Chima.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. .1 FM.
Tuned. It's still Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. I think that it's really beautiful that we are existing together in the world, because think about just me here in the world. I don't know what it would be like Two-Face said it. Okay, if I was the only person in the world, live like I don't care, live my life until say nobody day here. See what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to sing and talk. I'm trying to do the song in my head and talk, and it's not working. But then, it's a beautiful situation that I have you and you have me. So when we come to programs like this, I mean, eyewitness reports, it just shows that importance just again. Because if you don't see and talk, right, sometimes it wouldn't help. And that's why this program is really important for any media house at all, where we want to get feedback from you, want to know what's happening around you, want to know what you have seen or noticed that you're calling government's attention to, or calling the media's attention to, or even putting it out there as a way to protect the next person. So welcome to Eyewitness Reports on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. My name is Queen Chima. So like I said, I think I said this last week that I noticed that the dumping and the refuse thing is reducing until I was shocked yesterday. At what point was that going still on the east-west road? This is like my regular route. I thought we were moving past this one, but then still what it is. It's not that clean yet. We're not even half close to restoring the Garden City, I would say that, or restoring parts of the state that were cleaner before to what it is now. And I just hope that the authorities are doing way more than they are supposed to be doing, or they promised that they would do to get the state clean. Then you, as a person, I also hope that I said on Saturday, if you listen to me on Saturday, I said waste management is somehow an everybody thing, right? Sometimes you can burn what you're supposed to burn. Sometimes when you are disposing, put them in a bag, right? So let's also help the environment, help the next person, help yourself, help your space. So welcome to Eyewitness Report again. This is the second time I'm saying this, but I would like to hear from you on Eyewitness Report. Is there something around your area you want to talk about? Is there something you want to continually bring government's attention to? Trust me, they are listening. And that's how change starts, or how change continues. 0810-9510-951, or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome.
Good evening, Quick Chima.
Good evening, Dr. Chris.
Yes, please.
Have you fixed your car?
Yes, what will I do? I have to fix it myself.
I can imagine. Sorry about that expenses.
You're welcome. But I think he probably, as we were talking, the authority got the information.
Oh, wow.
Because somebody called me and told me,
that's nice. That's nice. I just said a few minutes, a few seconds. Yeah, that they're listening.
Yeah, the impact you make in the society is just enormous.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you may not understand it. Yes. Queen Chima, as you were playing that song, something struck me. Okay. I was remembering your colleagues.
Oh.
I was remembering Maxwell. I was remembering Fascination.
Oh, goodness.
You almost broke me down. That melody you played.
Memories by Maroon 5.
Honestly speaking,
okay.
We actually missed all of them, but then life goes on.
All right.
We keep hoping for better. Yeah, quickly, like you said about the dustbin, the refuse. Well, it has reduced a little bit, but then, Queen Chima, you see, we are not there. We sincerely have to tell you, Queen Chima, that we are not too comfortable with the development in the States. We ought to have grown past this as regards development. You can imagine the ring road. We expected that this ring road would have been completed. See, when you pass some of these areas, like the one that cut across Rupopo and all that, you say, oh God, this is not the Port Harcourt we wish. Please, we pray and we beg all of them involved. Let peace reign. Let development come as fast as it's possible. Thank you, Queen Chima. God bless you.
All right, God bless you. 0810-9510-951. Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM. Welcome. Good evening. Can you hear me? That call dropped. Try text messages, right? And for WhatsApp, you can drop a voice recording. 0701-9339-962. 962. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number 0701 9339 962. Then you can call 0810 9510 951. All right, so what's the situation of things around your area? I'd like to know. Eyewitness reporter, welcome.
Hello. How are you?
Yeah, kindly turn down the volume on your radio, please.
Okay. Yes, good evening, ma.
Good evening.
My name is Simeoni. I'm calling from Rumunduru and Eka Road.
Please go on.
I'm still talking about this Rumunduru and Eka link road. This road, we are told that this road has been awarded for the allegation. We don't know when the commencement of the work will start because the road is becoming so hazard. In the morning, the road is so tight. You see children, school children crossing the road anyhow. Keke will be dragging the road. Today, somebody hit one keke at Nehoni Junction because of the way the tightness of that place.
Yeah.
So we are begging our able governor, Governor Sim Kubara, to come and remember this road and realize the road.
Okay.
It will also ease the hold up at the Neka flyover. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That the roads, major part of our sustenance, really, because this is on one part. Before I forget this, I don't know really how this whole one-way, what we call one-way driving, can be controlled, because it is alarming on the east-west road, especially from what's this part? Let's say from Alakaya up onto Choba, because of the police station before the University of Port Harcourt, the other gate. Maybe some people are able to maneuver, and then later in the evening you have the police van and policemen patrolling, so it's difficult. They will get you if they catch you. However, morning, noon, sometime in the evening, it is bad. There's a girl who does my nails. She was hit by a guy coming. I had an experience that was not nice, and I was almost shouting on the road. I just remember that I'm a lady and a very responsible. Because how do you use the wrong? I was going to say long lane. How do you use the wrong lane? How? And that experience I had, the guy was shouting at me for asking him questions, and he was going to almost hit me. Why are we just not? Why not just do the right thing? Why do we have? There's a vehicle moving past this direction. There's this one coming. Like the chaos is just too much. Sometimes you don't want to come out of your house because it's scary, and this axis is really busy, especially towards the evening. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
Eyewitness Report, right?
Yes, Comrade Kabari, right?
Yes.
You called back. Okay, good. Welcome.
Right. During Junior WAEC in River State Public Schools, is there anything like mark that goes with writing of Junior WAEC in government secondary schools in River State? So you have idea?
No.
Mock exam goes with Junior WAEC.
No. Why are you asking?
Toma, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Why are you asking?
You see, I have a problem with the people who comes on Today FM. I like most of the programs that Today FM gives you, all this, talk your mind, eyewitness reports and what have you. Because I am telling you that Today FM is one of the friendly media house in River State.
Okay.
This is it. We know we are just talking for talking sake. It will not be activated. If this were within the powers of Rivers people or me, I would tell you that Fubara should resign.
Because
I thought you were going to give an eyewitness report. I didn't know you were going this angle.
No. But I'm just telling you what is obtainable in River. The question I'm asking is what is obtainable in public school in River State today?
Oh, okay.
Somebody just called. Hello, in the previous program, somebody called from Alakaya, and he was telling you that his farm at the back of UPTH, that the farm, all right, is being taken back by header. So, and the man called from it. Hello, ma. So how you resign? Because this man has...
All right. That's not an angle that I'd want you to go. So if there's an incident you want to talk about, I mean, you talk about it. I don't know. That's taking us where we're not headed. Thank you, Comrade Kabari. I hope you understand. 0810 9510 and 951. I think the show is quite explanatory. Eyewitness report. Right. So you are our eye, right where you are, your community, your village, that street, wherever, right? You are our eyes. So you are telling us what the situation is. You heard the first caller talk about, he called, I think it was yesterday or a day before Tuesday, he called and reported something, and in less than an hour, I guess, it was fixed. So that's what this program, one of the things it targets to help. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Is it Queen Chima?
Yes, it's Queen Chima.
My eyewitness,
Wellington.
I've not talked about anything concerning my eyewitness. I was moving around River State.
Okay.
Trying to see what the governor has been doing. Last week, we were in Boroki. The governor was looking at the roads, marvelous road in Creek Road. Barrows, even in a chair. Barrows, tossing at a bee. Sweet job. With other several roads left by the former administration. Over 9 of them getting to completion. That is the power of leadership. The governor has said that he is going to deliver.
So what's your eyewitness report?
That's my eyewitness report. I was going around looking at the job. I also visited Secretariat.
Okay.
Job, seriously. When commissioners put, what are you not telling us?
All right then.
This man needs to come back. Thank you and God bless you. Wellington from Okrita.
All right. Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening.
Good evening. The call dropped. Call again, please. 0810 9510 951. 0810 9510 951. Welcome.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Benjamin, calling you from Archie, Port Harcourt.
Welcome, Benjamin.
My own is not really on eyewitness, but close to it. I just want to ask question. Just one question, please.
Okay.
Help me. Now, my question goes like this. I want to know if there is any state in Nigeria that is fighting against open grazing. That is fighting against it, that is against open grazing and implementing it, such as arresting this and that. Beg, help me. I want to know.
Okay.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hello, yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, this is Ono, diplomatic from Emeka.
All right, Ono, welcome.
Yeah, my eyewitness is that the challenges that I'm having now is this fuel. The price of fuel now is 1,450. 1,400 in my area in Emeka.
From a fuel station?
Yes, in a fuel station. Today, I bought fuel over 15,000 naira just to go drive from here to Rumokoro and come back and go and pick my kids from school. Over 15,000 naira because fuel of 10,000 naira is not up to 6 liters. It's not even up to 7 liters. How long are we going to continue like this? When Mr. President was coming into power, he promised us heaven and the earth. He could not even achieve any one, and this man take out subsidy. The subsidy that he took out, there is no any effect, there is no any benefit of taking out subsidy. It's just as if they took out, they were just shouting as if subsidy is a scam, subsidy is a scam. And they now scam us on top of the scammers. So I don't know what is going on with this government. If they are here to help us or to kill us, I don't know what is going on. Because light, we don't have light. We always call for this same light that Mr. President used in campaigning. He's going to do this one. All
right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello?
Yes, welcome.
Good evening. Is that Eyewitness?
Yes, Eyewitness Report on Today FM.
Oh, my name is Gordon. I'm calling from Olumebele.
Please go on.
My eyewitness today is very, very serious. I don't want to mention the name of the church. Those people who went to me and my wife today. When the pastor was preaching, during they are preaching. The people, because the inside the hall full, the outside, no full to outside. Can you believe the fence? One of the fence fall on top of more than 20 people. 20 people. Some wounded. We don't know what's going to happen today.
What happened? Have they been taken to the hospital? Were they taken to the hospital?
They take some of the places for hospital. People, children, especially our children, wounded. I don't mention the name of churches. I don't people here.
Yeah, this is really sad.
It's a very, 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 very serious admin.
Yes. What's the last time you checked? What's the state of things? What's happening? What happened?
We don't know what happened. The fence just fall. People, all the people who was outside the children, we fall on top of the children and everybody there.
Oh my goodness.
Very, very, very serious matter. But I don't want to mention the name of churches. I don't people here. Very serious matter.
All right.
So that is my eyewitness today.
Okay. Thank you for calling. Welcome.
Lady Queen.
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah, Reginald. I call from Chogochu.
Reginald, please go on.
Lady Queen. I want to make a passionate appeal to my Eche brothers, Eche people, that it is high time that Eche people must come together and unite and fight as common as one body, because the level of marginalization of Eche people.
Is this your eyewitness report?
Yes. I am making it because of my roots, because of the roads in Eche, the hospitals, the schools in Eche. The level of marginalization is too much, and we are contributing too much to both the state government and federal government. We have more than 700 and something oil well that federal and state government is benefiting, including the Bonnet Light that is coming from Umechen to Bonnet. And despite all these things, people, we are still begging for roads. We are still begging for schools. We are still begging for hospitals. We are still begging for basic amenities that ordinarily we are not supposed to beg.
All right then.
And I want to join my brothers that if Ogoni people can seize oil operation within their area for over 20-something years, and yet federal government and state government is still attending to them, what will happen if Eche shut down all the oil installations in Eche?
All right. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Can you turn down the volume on your listening device, please?
Sorry. Good evening, Mary.
Queen Chima. Good evening.
Queen Chima, Lady Queen. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
My
welcome.
own concern is still on the issue of fuel. My name is John, calling from Port Harcourt. Still on the issue of fuel. I don't know what is happening. How can we be buying a liter of fuel for almost 1,400, 4,50? And everybody is just, how much is people making? You go and buy fuel. Before you drive from this social place to social place, today I couldn't even go anywhere because I was just calculating on what to do. Just for me to buy fuel from here, go to a client or something, if I could come back, fuel of 10,000 naira is gone. Which country? What's the problem? What is happening? And everybody is muted like nothing. And everybody, all the old governors in all the states are following Tinubu that is the best. On your mandate we shall stand. Everybody is saying on your mandate we shall stand. If it is not Tinubu and nothing else. The whole governors, all of them, and that simply means that we don't have hope. When no governor in this country is opposing what is happening, not even one, no senator is opposing what is happening.
All right then.
Not even one senator.
All right.
We are in trouble in this country. I must tell you, we are in trouble. We are in fucking trouble. No.
Okay. The F word. Welcome.
Let me answer one of the callers.
Okay, Wellington.
In respect of crazy. Let me answer that.
Wellington, you called earlier. Welcome to Eyewitness Report. Hello, are you there?
Good evening.
Good evening. Can you kindly speak up, please?
Good evening.
I can hear you. Good evening.
Hi, Queen.
Yes, it's Queen.
Please help me. This is worrisome. From the White House, as you are going to all you mean.
Okay.
Please help me to whomever that is concerned to evacuate all the whole dustbin that is there. The thing is worrisome. It's disturbing us so much.
Sad situation.
Please help me.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for calling. We're just talking about dump refuse. Welcome to...
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Yes, Marvin from Port Harcourt. Sister, you see, there is one thing I don't like. People used to call and keep on saying, people shut their oil and nothing happened with federal government. Have you paid consider your community first, have you people paid the price that Ogoni people have paid?
So what's your eyewitness? What's your eyewitness report?
My eyewitness is that they should not be saying we shut down our oil. Are they inciting the government, the federal government to come and do drastic action with Ogoni people? Have they taken their matter to Geneva, USA? They don't know the struggle that we're going to people, the extent that we've gone before you see we can tackle federal government in this manner. So people should not be calling on Ogoni shut down their oil and nothing happened. I don't like that kind. People should not be calling on Ogoni. We suffer a lot to. They are supposed to develop more than this. Regional should not be calling. He has been calling on Ogoni.
All right. You already said people. Now you're calling the name. You already know who made a statement. 0810-9510-951. Can we just kindly give our eyewitness report? What's happening? You just talked about Ogoni. What are those areas that need to be attended to? What are those areas that maybe it's an eyesore? So talk about it. Say it. That's why this program is here. Welcome to Today FM. It's Eyewitness Report.
Hello, Queen. Sister Queen.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, my eyewitness is this. Please, I am begging of state governor, to help me and beg this local government chairman, 3 local government chairmen. I don't know why they discover the local government worker. Every month, they know they pay us early. We go see that the money will finish, every 6 months, and buy tablets, things, Bible, eat. They will never to die and put on top of that ship. This is economic. Federal government have received their allocation, they have received their salary, state workers have received, pensioners have received, even militants have received. What happened to our own local government workers that they are not paying us?
How many days into the month before you get the salaries?
July is 7, now 28. After 2 now again, we have next with more than
Monday. Next week.
It's not good now. What is happening?
It's not. Thank you. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Thank you, Queen. This is Onya Dennis. Since they say honorary degree holders should not put it again, I'm happy if others should comply. I don't know if you're following the train of my mind.
Welcome.
Queen, the particular concern I have a word in what do you call this college they were demonstrating the other day. Each time fees 100,000, they pay 30,000 for this. Oh, the lecturer says this. They keep extorting money from parents. Then they don't even ask. Churning out students from Unical, from Uniport, from Unilag, from Unidis, Unidat, all over Nigeria. JAMB, millions have taken JAMB and all that. And they do not say, where are the jobs? I have my children all studying abroad. I don't pay money just minimal amount. They have student loans. And it's easily accessible. Why is Nigeria different now? Why is this country captured by, I don't know, if I use certain words, it will seem as if. Because I know that you stay in your house, an armed robber comes there, all he wants is to take away from you, and he will never give you any gift, any consideration for you. You see what we have in our own country? There should be equitable distribution of wealth. And I see it in other parts of the world, but I can't see it in this country. Why is it like that?
All right. That's a big question, with a big question mark there. Eyewitness reports on Today FM. Welcome.
Good evening, my sister Pinchima.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, I remember Chigozi from Odoho Bakri.
All right, go on, please.
My eyewitness concerning my local government entirely, MO local government AGA. My sister, believe me, we are not in school session. Our children are suffering to fetch water in my clan. In my clan. So I'm begging this region to inform the honorable chairman of the local government, led by Honorable Dr. Chidi Lloyd, to do the needful for people of local government at large. It's not for Obakere people. Entire MO local government don't have light. Please, sir, I'm begging you in the name of God Almighty, light, so that we can reap the dividends of democracy. Every month, you receive allocation from federal government. Please, help us and give us light. My sister Chima, I remain Chigozi from Obakere, my eyewitness.
All right, Chigozi. Welcome to Eyewitness Reports.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
Good evening. Are we still on Eyewitness Report?
Yes, Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1
okay,
FM.
Okay, all right. I'm calling from Rumolumeni. My name is Onchoma.
Please go on.
My sister, my problem is in our road. It was Igusment Road. I think I've been calling, complaining about that road. I'm right at Igu Junction right now. No road. With the little rain today, this evening, leg cannot even pass. Keke cannot even pass. If you are going to that Igu Road now, you have to pay for the junction and you cross over for Keke to take you to your destination. So, and we have been calling on government, personally me, I've been calling on this government, and they have not ring road. It will not cost them anything to take a trip or 3-4 trip of hardcore, condemn this material to pour in that junction to enable people pass. The people living at Igusment, we are not smiling. We are not smiling with this government. Personally me, I'm not smiling. And most of the entrance, the street, where we can manage to our destination, all of them have. We don't have any alternative than to follow the bad road. So please let them come for our aid.
All right.
We are suffering there.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wellington, your message. Thank you for the information. I stated this earlier. What's on your mind? Of course, there's an open grazing law. Yeah, but the question is how effective. That's the question. It's just lax. It's there. There's a committee set up, right, to see through herder and farmers' conflict. I mean, because of the recurrence of these activities, maybe there should also be information from this committee. What has been done so far? But we hear incidences of herders damaging crops and people's farmlands. So it's not always about the law. It's implementation. And that's what some people are asking, right? Wellington, thank you for that message. Okay, welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello,
welcome.
Queen.
Yes, good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
Thank God.
Okay.
I witness. My name is Funky.
Please go on.
Yeah, my eyewitness is about the governance in Rivers. Queen, I hope you're a Rivers. Yes.
Yes, I am.
Yes. You know how governor was governed the state before.
Can you speak up, please?
Yeah, I said, you know how this governor was doing governor for governing the state before this emergency.
Okay.
I am a fan of Putin. Of course, Tim is a nice governor to Rivers State. But some critical elements, some bad people that don't want him to be a good governor.
Is this your eyewitness report?
Yes. It's about the governance of Rivers State.
Governance in what area? What did you see that you want to talk about? What's an area you need government to take?
They should not be complaining about the governor.
Okay, so we're not talking about the governor, right? It's eyewitness
report. It's not about the eyewitness now. It's what I'm seeing. What I witnessed.
It's what you mean.
I'm a part of the state.
All right. I like this angle.
Yeah.
Because I like it. Thank you for calling. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Rona, good evening.
It's Queen. Welcome.
This is Chief Solomon.
All right.
I have plenty eyewitness up to 5.
Please.
Let me see the few ones I can.
Okay.
Table.
Okay.
You see, this is solar light. This is street light. I want to find out if there is a committee for the maintenance of it. If they are here, they should call. So that let's be very, very sure that there is committee in charge of maintenance of this street light. Because this street light, we shouldn't let it to be spoiling and be falling about. There are so many which I witnessed falling. You see, so it's not supposed to be like that. It's supposed, if anyone fell down, let the committee just come up and stand it up again. The maintenance of this street light will help us very well, because this street light is the beginning of insecurity. With darkness, you cannot be able to walk on the street without that light. So if there is any committee on maintenance of concerning this street light, they should call up so that let us know how they maintain it.
All right.
That's one. Then number 2, the solar water in Obogoro here. That solar water in secondary school, we're supposed to circulate it around the community, not a particular street enjoying it, as if they are the only people MDDC, they put the water for. They are not the only people to enjoy the water. They should come and circulate it. Like as this ring road is passing now, they have known the place to channel the remnant diagonal of the road. The side of the road where they can pass the solar pipe, channel it so that everybody can be using it. So it's necessary. Number 2, this is our health center.
Okay, so you would have to save those other ones for another day, so we can have other people call, right? I don't. You talked about the street lights, right? If the Ministry of Power installing, or depending on who installed, if it's maybe some parts of the state, maybe the NDDC, some the River State government, some maybe even the federal government, or even private contractors. So it all boils down to maintenance, right? Which is a culture that we lack in this part of the world. Something just goes on good and everybody is fine. Nobody checks if it's working effectively, or it's not. Well, thank you for this report. That's why it's important. And you mentioning the area and saying, see, this is what has happened. I'm sure that there should be a quick response to that. Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Good evening, my sister.
Good evening, my brother.
Yes, so please, I'll prefer to be anonymous. I won't be rough with my words, but I prefer to be anonymous, please.
It's fine. Go on, please.
Okay, good. The report now on this police recruitment going on now. Yes. This recruitment is a nationwide recruitment. All the states are supposed to be doing it. But what I noticed in River State, I am a Rivers man. what I noticed here in River State, that all Tom, Dick, and Harry from all parts of the world who are living there will not travel to their state any longer to go and partake. Because for here, we have task of the local, where the local government you come from. That is our 33 local government.
Yeah.
But now, people are now forging their state of origin, forging local government where they come from. Where do you have a Northerner, a Middle Belter, a Igbo man, and so on and so forth. And it's supposed to be like that. I remember 2011, something like that, when I think Amechi was in power then also. This kind of thing happened. Some of us whispered, and it got to Amechi in government house. He sent people, and before you know, the line that was long from here to the other side started thinning, because he's brought in language-speaking people from all our tribes, especially that are supposed to be involved. But today, I don't know whether the governor is aware or not. People are now really, really forging that of River State. I know many of them. I saw many of them there claiming to be River people, and it's not supposed. They are taking the source of River State. And I noticed that people are not even talking. Policemen who are from there, the River policemen who are in the headquarters there, are not talking. And it's not supposed to be like that. Travel to your state, because if you go to your state, it might even be easier. But look at, in thousands in River State here, people are looking for Louis to enter the police. It's not supposed to be like that.
All right, then.
Please, I don't know how the authority can be aware. How River people can protest over this. They are taking our slots. Please, that is my
eyewitness report. Welcome to Today FM. Good evening, welcome.
Hello, Chima.
Yes, turn down the volume on your listening device, please.
Sorry.
Okay.
Are you okay now?
Can you turn down the volume on your listening device?
I elect to be. Are you right now?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Okay, I elect to be anonymous.
All right, go on, please.
Eyewitness account I have is about the administration of local government.
Can you move away from your listening device?
I am very far away from it, please.
Okay. I don't think so. Maybe turn it off. All right, maybe you turn it off. I don't know if you were really close to it. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Yeah.
What's your name? It's Queen.
My name, okay, Queen. Good evening.
Yeah.
My name is Everest. I'm calling from Chuba.
Welcome, Everest.
Thank you. I want to talk about the radio station in our Niger Delta. Like me, I'm not from this state. And I cannot be in River State and receive my state radio, which is just close to River State. We are boundary together. Even Abia State, you cannot receive radio station from Abia State. Or even Imo State, Bayelsa, all those radio stations, why we should not receive them? And if you go to other states, you will not receive River State phone too. You cannot know anything about your state when you are outside your state. Is it because of a transmitter, or is it because of what do they call them, NCC or Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I don't know. Why should they limit this station? Or should we go back to shortwave so that we can get our station? Because in those days, I was receiving a Port Harcourt FM in those days in my home. Why? Now, even this year station now, if you live between Akwa Ibom and Ogoni here, unless you have your own station, that we hear 95.1, I was thinking that is your own, that comfort radio. I was thinking that is your own. But I didn't know they are the same thing. Why should they give the same frequency to two states that they know say they are very close? It's not fair. If there is anything you can do about it, please, we want to hear what happened to each other state there, because we are all together. We are brother and sister state. Please, let them do something about this. It's very bad.
All right. Welcome.
Hello?
Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report?
Am I speaking with Chima?
Yes, Queen Chima.
Yes, I elect to be anonymous, please.
All right.
I want to speak about what is in my mind. I mean, it's about local government administration. We have traditional rulers in each of the local governments. And local traditional rulers are recognized rulers in the local government. But those who actually do the work, the function of ruling the people, are the subordinate chiefs. These chiefs are not considered for anything at all. By the recognition given traditional rulers, they are considered for stipend. Whereas those who are actually doing the work of management or leadership of the people are not considered for anything. It's just like we used to hear in local parlance, baboon they walk and monkey they walk, baboon they chop. It is not fair for traditional rulers to be considered for something stipend, whereas the chiefs who actually do the work for the traditional rulers are not given anything. I think there should be a review of this policy by the government. Okay. The chiefs, the subordinate chiefs, should also be given something to encourage them to do the work for the rulers and the government. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Queen. My eyewitness report is about our bad road at Omucholo Farm Road. Please, we need the presence of state, local government and NDDC representative, Ugochukwu Ewule. Thank you for texting. My eyewitness is on our councillors in River State. I have not heard of any councillors embarking on any project in their localities. Days back, we used to see councillors embarking on community projects such as boreholes, community town hall, renovation of markets, clearing of drainage, and so on. What happened to these present councillors? Thank God, ability. Big question. Good evening, Queen. Please, our community secondary school in Imoha is in bad condition. Odoha, Imoha. Please, we need the presence of state and Imoha local government area, comrade and neighbor. Hi, good evening, Queen. Oh, wow. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, my sister.
Yes,
how are you?
I'm fine. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Simeon. I'm calling from Delhi.
Welcome, Simeon.
Yes, my area report is a heavy burden in my heart. I'm advanced in age and I'm in my late 60s.
Okay.
So I just reflected on how our life were in the 70s and 80s. Imagine the kind of primary school we attended, the kind of secondary school we attended, and even up to the university level, all we didn't pay school fees. Tuition free university scholarship was given to virtually everyone that actually qualified for it. Hey, now when I juxtapose that with what is now going on. Tears welled down my eyes. What are these people who benefited from free education like me doing? All these governors and ministers, they are all my mates. What are they doing? They benefited from this nation. They went to school free. Everything free, and they don't want our own children to enjoy the same thing. God will judge us. I want them to think, now that they want to be governor, they want to be minister, they should think, what are they going to do for our children? It's no more ourselves, our own is gone. Our own is gone. But what are we leaving for these children, for them to inherit? Yes, our father did this nation good, establish this, establish that, and they can now bask on that and develop this nation far, far better. God will judge them all. Right now, in my house, there is no light in Delhi. Darkness, NEPA, is gone.
All right.
For almost a month now, too. Our names here is becoming Mr. John Darkness, Mr. B Darkness. Darkness has become our names. While we have NEPA and we are supplying Niger and so on, light, but here there's no light.
All right.
He saved others and he cannot save.
Welcome to Eyewitness Report.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
I am Anthony from Umebu.
Welcome.
Please, my eyewitness at Umebu here. Just seems like this way have honey in his house. Another people are eating it. We have 99 oil well, only Umebu. I never connected Chukota from Umeblu and the Igbo. Eh? How you been that our road will just vandalize as if we don't have any person, we don't been at the river state. I'm telling you, I'm born at Umeblu. I'm very pity and I'm crying every day about what we are seeing at Umeblu here. We are crying every day. It seems like we are speaking fallacy for what we are speaking in this radio. Please tell our governor, our local government chairman, NDDC, Shell. Flow station at Umeblu is very popular. If you come here, Shell are patrolling anyhow here. Pipe covered everywhere. Cannot drainage at Umeblu. Please help us and take governor and local government chairman. Come and rescue us. Thank you very much. I'm a destiny from Umeblu.
All right, welcome. Welcome to Today FM. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, Queens of the Airways.
Good evening.
And how was your day?
It was good. How about yours?
Fine and fantastic. I remember Meneza one of Africa.
Welcome, please.
Calling you from Za in Yogolweku in Kana local government area of River State.
Welcome.
You see, the government has forgotten about us entirely. So I don't also know whether we are part of this state called River State. Even the only one that was given to us by NDDC has been diverted to Eleka. Electrification project that is meant for Kana local government and Balweku in Kana local government has been diverted to Eleka. Nobody is talking about it. Nobody is talking. We don't have water. Our primary school and secondary school is not what to write home about. Everything in Kana local government and local in particular, erosion will soon start right now. Everywhere will be washed away. We don't have a school. We don't have a health center. We don't have even this solar power light. I don't know whether we are part of River State. I'm calling on the River State government to work out what that thing and have to do and settle the local people. Thank you and God bless you. I remember Manager One of Africa.
All right, welcome. Let's see how many more calls we can take. Welcome to Today FM.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's High Chief Godabeso.
Welcome.
Yeah, I am a Guarama, Kanadoka government area of River State. My sister, the community called Guara is, I don't know how to describe it. It's the backbone of the Ogoni people. It has historical content that you can't do away with. It has sociological explanations that are very, very key to the development of Ogoni. It has a spiritual contacts that you cannot do away with when you are talking about Ogoni. But in the center of all this, there is no economic empowerment in that very community. This very important community in Kanadoka government. In fact, the political strength of the Guara people is taken away. Kana will not be in existence. But in the center of all this, no one road that can help the youths in that place to get that economic strength. And it's painful. We have been calling on government for the Bielala road. Is about a 7-kilometer road that will take you from the entrance of the community to the seaside, where the youths, very energetic youths, hard-working youths from that community. If not for the sake that the chiefs and elders in that community are trying their best to harness them, to reorientate them, to ensure that they work for the good of the community. We only need that road, that Bielala road, and then the New York Ora road. That's about 7-kilometer road. We take us to the sea, where the sons and daughters will now go to seek for empowerment from the river. Because we are farmers too. So sometimes when we want to get to the sea to get the proteins to support our agricultural diet, we cannot. Now the rain is coming. Everywhere will be flooded. our people cannot reach out to the sea area and get protein to support our agricultural products to enable us to enjoy the benefits of our energetic implication.
All right.
So please help us tell government
They're
that the
listening.
PLR road is key,
All
very
right.
important,
All
and
right.
they should help us to do that for us. Once that is done, whether it is Similaye or Wike, we will give that very person our support.
All right, thank you. That was not, quite understood, right, what you said. But everyone is calling for help in whatever area pinches them. But thank you so much. I hope that the government pays attention to that road. Good evening. My eyewitness report is about Greater Port Harcourt City Development Authority. They gave a notice about not complying to River State development laws and that we should stop work and pay 1 million for contravening and bring some documents to their office. If not done in 7 days, they will demolish our houses. They served this notice to almost 5 or more houses. Please, are they authorized to demolish buildings? We bought the land from Ilukbukodu community and it's close to Greater Tap City Estate. Okay. So the River State the Ministry of Urban Development, all right, maybe this report should be taken to them to find out what it should be like exactly, all right, and what stands you people have, or what exactly is going to happen to your houses. Thank you so much for your messages and your calls on Eyewitness Report. 8 o'clock, Mr. Smith will be here. There's an aspect of security, an important aspect of security that concerns the psychological, emotional well-being of people who have been affected by crime that we'll talk about. So do stay with us. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. 4 minutes past 8. Earlier, during Eyewitness Report, I told you that we're going to be discussing an aspect on security and you today that is not, maybe often not talked about, especially by the victim, right, and people around. It's almost always around the crime. Who are the suspects? What happened? What are we retrieving? Who's been caught or not? How about the emotional, psychological well-being of this person who was affected? So because it's security, and I'm just thinking right now, thinking aloud, that your mind needs to stay safe, intact, your well-being, the way you see experiences. I'm going to share a story. But before that, let me say good evening to my guests. My name is Koyin Chima. Good evening, Mr. Smith. Guests and experts, security expert is here. Good evening, Mr. Smith. It's good to have you.
Good evening, Queen. How are you today?
I am fine. Thank God. So, this is an interesting conversation and an angle, like I said during the introduction, that's not always talked about. Every crime committed leaves an impact. Products which are victims, and most times people do not care more about victims. They talk more about the crime, the suspect, leaving the victims, but then these victims are left with psychological, emotional, and mental trauma. So we're going to be discussing how victims can even get help, what they can do, what happens at most times where there is an incident of insecurity, or someone was attacked or experienced a traumatic situation. It's a tough place. Have you had any experience, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I've been a victim of car snatched.
Oh,
car theft, yes. And it's one that was 2010.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think it's an experience that is a lifetime experience because this time I remember it. But I've been a victim of car theft.
Does it still hurt?
It still does. In fact, it's one of those things that we're going to be looking at. Most times when crime happens, people keep to talk about the suspects, probably the arms, the weapon, what was happening, how did it happen, and all of that. And how much was involved, police recovered, and all. That's just an area of interest. That's a good one, no doubt. But the truth remains that every crime leaves a product. Like in my field, we say it's a byproduct of crime, which is a victim. Now, what happened to that victim? Just like my own experience, and exactly, probably maybe we can get more information from the audience, probably experiences and all that. But my own experience, what happened was I came back and I parked this car. Then I was living in an apartment. I parked it, and by the time I woke up, then most of these our houses, then you park outside.
Yeah.
And go inside. So when I woke up, I couldn't find it again. Exactly what the victim suffered. Till date, imagine 2010, August 2010, 24th of August 2010. You can see how I can remember that like my date of birth. So it's something that each time I remember, I blame myself. And exactly what the victims was.
Yeah.
They blame themselves. Why did I do this?
Yeah.
Why did I even allow this? Why did I come back that day?
Yes.
Why didn't I park in another side? That's for me. Why didn't I? So many things happen, but by the grace of God, God has been good.
Yeah, so I also had an experience in 2022, I think. I was in Enugu, going to work in the morning as early as, I think, just a few minutes to 6, a Sunday morning. Then this tricycle, it was quiet. So this tricycle just comes from nowhere and parks in front of me, and you had 4 men. So the driver, 3 behind, 5. 3 behind, 2 in front, and 3 behind, 5 of them. And they come to my own tricycle. I was in the tricycle and say, the phone. I handed him the phone. I was so fast to do that. So I handed him the phone, gave him the phone, and then he says, your bag. And I was like, you have my phone. I don't even know why was I even talking. But then he collected the bag too, and there I was. I didn't know what's happened. So, but victim. After that, I would turn at every noise. Every noise. I'm walking down the road and someone is behind me and I'm turning and I'm looking at the person. It was worse a particular day when I was walking down to go get something and then this car just came in. They were trying to dodge what's it called now on the road?
The cave or something.
No, they're trying to dodge a bad road, pothole.
Yeah, pothole.
Yes. And so it felt like they were coming towards me. And that's how I jerked. So the man came out and said, "What is going on? Why are you this scared?" And I said, "I was robbed last week." So that was when I knew I needed help.
That's the incident has actually happened and it has left that particular mark. And that mark, thank God you realize you needed help and probably you go for it. But the truth remains that whether you got the help or not, that incident will still be ringing bell in your head and all that. And because that happened just for something you could actually easily replace, which is the phone and probably the bag. Just like the car, which by the grace of God, we both of us have all replaced what was stolen or what was in that scene. But there are incidences where these victims cannot replace what exactly was stolen. Like,
you mean in the case of death?
Yeah, death, rape,
and
other incidences. There are incidences where victim probably fall into the amputated hand, legs, eyes, and all of that. So this is where people ignore about victim, and that is where we're going to be looking at, because like I said earlier, we look at the crime, but today we're not even going to be looking at the crime itself. We're going to just be looking at victim. And I said, who is a victim?
Okay.
If we want to start there. And I said a victim is an individual who suffers harm, physical, emotional, psychological, from crime or abuse of power. And now you also have victimization, which is the process of being targeted, harmed, or oppressed, often repeatedly by individual or a system. Now, from the streets, maybe Port Harcourt, Lagos, call it anywhere across community, nations, thousands of victims walk among us every day, just like the experience you had. If not for this program, you probably wouldn't have said it, but then you walk with people, you smile, you go to work, you interact with people normally, but inside something has changed. Yes, you see victims of rape, victims of several crimes, you see them try to smile, over time, they walk, go to work, do all things normal sometimes. But inside, something has changed. And here is what many people do not know about them. Crime does not end at a scene. It continued in the mind of a victim. I just said mine. Since 2010, August, that continues. In fact,
16 years after.
Yeah, 16 years. In fact, few weeks back, I start coming back. When I come back, I see a car parked by my fence, and that has been there. So I asked, as I'm making an inquiry, I said, what's happening? Who is parked this? They said it's a neighbor. There's a residential area just opposing me. They said a new tenant just came in and the place is filled. She can't park inside. Fortunately, a lady, she can't park inside, so she parks close to me, as in by my fence. So I said, no, I will need to see this lady. One of those days, I just came in. Luckily, I saw her, so I parked. I said, madam, I've been trying to see you. I said, what happened? I said, please, I hope your car have the vehicle tracker. She said, hi. I said, please, even if you do, go and also look for pedal lock to secure your car. She now said, okay, thank you very much. I said, yes, because I've had
an
this
experience.
Years back, I lived in a house like this where I could not drive in, and I park outside. One of those days, I just woke up, opened the gate. It was like a film. It's full movie. In fact, I had to ask my neighbors, that time you opened gate for me, did you see me with car?
You were confused.
So it was just that. So that's exactly what we're saying. So, crime does not just happen. So it continues in victims' mind. And now, crime has two sins. That is, we say crime scene, we have the physical scene where the robbery, all those things happen, and we have the psychological where the victim continue to suffer long after the incident. Now, put it to a victim of rape. In fact, there was one of the seminar I anchored, and I was telling them that I think if I will rate victims, I think the highest level of victimization of victims should be that of rape. Yeah. Imagine a situation where a victim of rape had finished and all of that. In fact, it is obvious that sometimes if it is not an open crime or open sin, they don't even say it out, except when it is open, in a situation where you cannot hide it. That's where you can actually say it out, because sometimes you have handful of people that are being raped, but just silent, just to see that it does not have anything to do with their image. It does not have anything to do. That's the worst psychological aspect of this, because at every point in time you remember this, you blame yourself. And that is the aspect of victim that we need to heal this night. Because we've done some research and we've discovered the fact that 90% of victims usually blame themselves. So if you're a victim today, you're just a victim of circumstances.
Like you were asking yourself, what if you didn't park your car outside
that very day? Because sometimes I used to come and I'll just go to my mom's place and park. That night I didn't know what happened. So it was like, why didn't I go to park that place? Why did I even come back to the house today? I mean,
a lot of questions that you can't change anything about.
A lot of questions. And the more you ask these questions, the more it weighs you down, the more it disconnects you, the more it frustrates you, the more this whole thing happens. And that's why I said, why we're able to talk about it and laugh, because we're able to replace those things. In a situation where you're a victim of a gunshot or thereabout, and your leg amputated, your eye, or one of those things happen, even when you remember it, in fact, the more you remember it, the more you get frustrated, the more you get depressed, the more all of that. So that's the psychological aspect where those victims continue to suffer this in their mind. The public focuses only on the first one, which is the physical, like I said, the crime, what happened and all that. You see, something happened 2 weeks or thereabout in US when Trump was organizing a dinner or something, and there was an assassinated attempt to an extent. In the analysis, they just told us one of the secret services were shot. And that ends that particular story of the victim. And now the attacker, we had everything about him. Even his school, where he started, his nursery, primary, all his identity, the gun, the weapon, the types, and all that were all analyzed. We had full detail of the attacker, but the victim, we just had a slight information about him. And thank God he's a developed world. By God's grace, they'll take care of him. Imagine he's some part of the world. Exactly, what will happen. So what I'm trying to say is, victims are those that when any crime happens, we need to actually look for them.
Pay more attention
to them, because the deed had already been done.
So how can this be done?
Yes, how it will be done is we have individual way of having it done, which is you yourself. Just like what you said. You remember something and you begin to just see that you need a help. For you to identify the fact that you need a help, that's an individual basis. So you begin to think of how do you get this help, and you look for those help where they are. Now, because I know that they are actually available, but if you don't understand you need a help, probably will not know where those helps are. Now for the community, the community needs to also begin to accept victims, because most times community also see victims as their faults. Most times it is not their fault. Like now, there are incidences that happen. They say, why you wear like that? Now you make them go molest you and all of that. Okay, we've seen incidences where some of these ladies, unluckily or whatever, entered one chance and they were harassed, abused, and all that. What the community or what the society is, like this way she wear, and he make. Do you really understand that? So most times society does not accept these people. And when you don't do that, that's in the community aspect of it. When you don't do that, you are actually adding to what their problem or what they are facing. So that's for that. For the government, which for me is the main body to really help, is the strengthening the institutional system. Now, you see, most times when things happen, we say we need justice.
Yeah.
Ordinarily, we don't need to ask that we need justice, because when a crime is committed, the next thing that will follow is justice. It is by default. We don't need to. No, it doesn't need to take time. Like the issue that happened in US, that very day, the guy was actually sent to court or something. Yeah. So justice doesn't need to take time, because when you allow justice to take much of this time, what you are doing is being disconnected to that's institutional distrust. People begin to destruct the institution. People will no longer trust the institution.
And are you saying that if the institution was stronger and justice is served immediately, victims will feel better? Okay.
Victims will feel better. We have people that their parents, either mother or father, one way or the other, was involved in extrajudicial killing. Until date, since 2020, 2019, 2018, till date, the matter is still there. Now, these children are growing. 5, 6, 7, 9 years. This thing is still there. And tell me, some of them will get tired of going to court because they no longer trust the institution. So what will happen? They decide on what to do themselves. And that's where most times you see increase in jungle justice. Because
people are angry.
People are angry already. For someone that the mother, father, parent, whatever, had been involved in any of this, and the matter is in court, justice is delayed. In fact, that is the area where if you want to heal psychological, physical, emotional, and the trauma for the victim, then justice must be swift. Because should it happen today, a lady is raped today, in the next 3 months, the victim has been decided on. Either prison, whatever, has been sentenced, concluded, and all that. You see that the supposed suspect, we know that this thing is no longer a place. So they have to stop. Then the victim will feel healed. The victim will feel better. But each time this happens, we ask for justice. Just like what happened there. Last week we talked about the extrajudicial killing, taking it from what happened in Delta State. Yeah, and everybody is shouting justice for, is it Kene or Kene, whatever his name is. I can't remember his name again. Why are we shouting justice for? Ordinarily, there's not going to be justice for that kind of a thing. But when justice is delayed, it causes distrust. So that is why I said it is in the side of the government that we need to begin to get justice. In fact, yesterday I listened to one of the sister sessions. They were talking about the 2-year-old girl that was killed in one of the schools. And they said they went to court and they didn't report and all of that. They were analyzing that. So this is why people will shout that justice should come. In fact, this is why we've now have some social media influencers that are fighting for justice. People, when something happens, they say, call him. Where is he? They keep tagging him so he could come and shout for justice to come.
To be served. Yeah. But can we discuss the stages that victims go through? I mean, you've had an experience, and this would even open the eye of someone who probably have been in a situation that was traumatizing or has experienced any form of crime as a victim. What happens to them? Because I've followed through with rape victims. What happens? I was speaking to someone. It was a lot of conversation. She talked about living in denial, first shock. You talked about self-blame and all of that. So what are those stages, and how does it really affect this person?
You see, the first is the physical thing, where it has happened and all of that. Depends on the degree of the harm. Depends on the degree. Should there be one minor degree, but then victim is victim, whatever it is. So depends on the degree. When you recover yourself, where nobody is with you again, that's to say that you've recovered yourself. Probably treatment, everything physical had happened. Now you come back to begin to look at the second stage, which is that psychological stage. And you begin to ask, what really happened? How did this happen? And you see, these questions you're asking is not a daily question. It's not a one-time question. This is a continuous question. And as you ask this question, this begins to put you in another stage of depression. Because oftentimes victims keep asking themselves questions. Shouldn't I have avoided this? How and why and how? So many of this. How did I trust? It depends on what has happened. If it's fraud, how did I trust this person? How did I even follow this person? Why did I even enter this vehicle? Why did I even plan going to this place today?
Blame.
That's the second stage. Now, the emotional stage comes, and when you begin to do those psychological stage, it brings you to disconnect, because you now begin to feel lonely to an extent. You fail to connect to people. Depends on what has happened. Just like you said, when a vehicle passes, you'll be scared. So that's what it is. Now, whatever that leads to your being attacked and all that, when you see them, you'll be scared. So at every point in time, just like when you experience kidnapping, in fact, if you're driving, if any car passes you, will even just to overtake you alone, your mind will go, because you are thinking they want to attack you. I've had a boy that worked with me, and he was involved in this one chance thing. He closed and he was going to his house around past 6, according to him, to Eleme area, and he entered one chance around past 6. He said they dropped him in Garrison around 11 to 12 in the night. So he has been with them, running around and all of that. I tell you, that guy, the way he is now, he doesn't even go out after 5 o'clock. In fact, if he sees these mini buses, he begins to shake. Sometimes I'll call him. I say, "What's wrong with you?" At least even when we're driving, if he sees them, he's in the car and he sees mini bus, he will just shift as if the mini bus. I mean, we are
like
driving.
They're coming to get him.
Exactly. We're driving. He's in the front. We're driving. And he sees mini bus. He will just shift as if he's dodging from them. I said, "What's happening?" Because I keep seeing movement around him.
That's the impact.
That's the impact. Serious. So you see, the impact this brings to victims is one that we need to really understand. So when I understand what was happening to him, I I kept giving him that therapy. Every time I tried to reassure him that this will not happen to you again.
So this brings us to the next question. But before that, if you're listening, this is Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, Security and You, and I've been talking to security expert, Mr. Smith. We're looking at victims of crime. Most often, they are not always talked about. We talk about the crime, the suspect, the incident, or what can be replaced, and or what is the emotional and psychological well-being of this person that was affected. That's what we're discussing, and maybe would lending some level of vulnerability tonight. You could call in and you want to talk about how you felt. You can choose to be anonymous, right? You can choose to skip your name. You want to talk about how you felt or what happened to you after you had an experience, maybe a crime. Maybe it was crime. It could have been robbery. It was attempted kidnapping, attempted assassination, just anything, attempted rape, or anything that puts you in danger. It'll be really good to hear from you to get your angle and how you truly felt emotionally and psychologically. If you just tuned in, I shared a story and maybe I would recap. Mr. Smith could do his, but let's take a commercial. We'll come back and do that.
What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat, or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony? At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. I have been discussing with security expert Mr. Smith, and we are looking at what happens to them. They are often looked away. The lens is taking away from them to the suspect. Well, when are we getting the suspect? When will justice be served? Or what was lost? How can he be retrieved? What is the state of mind of this person who went through a terrible situation? So, Mr. Smith, I was before that commercial, as I was saying, what then can be done? But maybe before you go through that, let's see if we can take a call or two, or someone sharing an experience that he had or she had and how that made him feel. 0810-9510-951. You can call that number, send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Welcome to Today FM. All right, that call drop. All right, Mr. Smith, let's just get into.
We talked about the psychological, physical, emotional. Then let me just look at this. Trauma changes decision making.
Okay.
Yeah. When one is traumatized, it affects the decision. Now, some people become overly fearful. Others become careless out of frustration. There's something that will happen to you. You just say, this life has even ended. What's the essence of even protecting myself again? What's the essence of doing this? So you just become overly careless due to frustration. Others also take unnecessary decisions just because they are traumatized. So when you're traumatized, it changes the decision making. So another is victim becomes silent. You see, this aspect is where crime increases in the society, and that's where the society has gotten to an extent. Very important, because when victims are not given the adequate attention, you see them become silent. When they are victim of a particular thing, they become silent. They no longer talk. And in this case, when victims don't report, when criminals gain, that means that criminal gain more confidence. Imagine in a community, one is being robbed for 1 or 2 occasions, and I mean, it doesn't talk again. Whatever happened, because the one he said or she said, nothing happened. So what do? What happens is that you give the criminals more chance to actually probably operate and all that. Maybe you will talk about victims profile, but you were asking a question before that.
Okay, maybe you should just. I was saying, what are the steps that a victim can take to help himself or herself, or even if they appear helpless, and then there's someone around them who would want to help. What should the help look like?
One is just to develop a situational awareness.
Okay.
Just like you mentioned, you were attacked, and the next you did was to develop a situational awareness. So whenever you see something like that, you're already aware, you're already at alert that this is what wants to, even if it's not something that wants to happen. Exactly, you've already developed that situational awareness. You protect your personal, if it's a financial victim, you protect your personal or financial information and avoid predictable attitude, because most times in victim profile there's what we call predictable route, okay, but avoid predictable movement or attitude or whatever. Then also share information about threats, encourage reporting, okay, and also support victims emotionally and socially. That is very important. Like yesterday, was it your station talking about someone that they collected 4 million or so, police arrested and all that, and the guy that they use, which is a housemaid also, nobody is even talking much about him. We're talking about the money. So we have to encourage them emotionally and psychologically, and where they need help, they are also available. You see, one thing about us in this side of the world, we slowly go to meet consultants. In fact, the only time we meet consultants to an extent is when we are sick. And you meet your health consultant and all that. But there are consultants in every field. The psychologists are there. Every field, the security consultant, therapists, everything. In fact, most times when you talk of therapy, people just think that they will have to rub you something and all of that. Like I said, I kept talking to this guy, and this is what we do in terms of rehabilitating all of these guys. When you see some of the, in fact, in my profession, we don't
psychotherapy.
We don't even condemn them, because when a crime is committed, people talk about the crime, but we talk about the cause. What really happened? Why did this happen? What brought about this? Yes, it has happened, but we're looking at a situation where this will no longer happen. So that's going to help us. Victim profile. As a security professional, we understand something the public often ignore, and which is tagged victims profile. There is something called a victim profile. This includes behavioral pattern. Most times we become victim by what we created. Behavioral pattern, behavior. I was reading something on social media. They said a particular person rented a very big apartment and called for housewarming and all of that. That's victim profile. You're already creating a profile that will make you a victim soon. Do you understand what it means? That's the behavioral pattern. When you begin to get a pattern that will lead to you being victim in terms of robbery, in terms of financial, whatever, that's the number one, the behavioral pattern. That will have exposure level. Frequent traveling and online activity is also part of the victim profile. Now, frequent traveling, you're updating people on your activities and all that. You're creating a profile that is vulnerable, that will might lead to you being a victim soon. Now, we have social habit, which is trusting strangers easily. I said it here. Most times we hear from your end reporting so the person has been killed, met a stranger. I mean, all of that. That's just the social habit. So, victim profile is where you are exposing yourself unknowingly, because that is exposing you to criminal. Criminal looks for opportunities, accessibility, and low resistance. Most times, kidnapping does not just happen randomly. They trace you, they check your behavioral pattern, they check how you do, places you visit at night, how your nightlife is, and all of that. So that's how they follow. That's why I would say when society fails, victim increases. So they check your behavioral pattern, they check what you do and how you do. So for you to reduce victim profile, then you have to reduce what you do online, how you live your life, and life continues.
All right, let's get to hear from you. 0810-9510-951. If you've ever had an experience and how were you able to go through it? What was your emotional state or psychological state? And how did you get help? That's also one thing you may want to share. Welcome to Security and You.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Let me remain anonymous. See, one thing that I will never forget in life, even this moment now, is what our black people uniform, our Nigerian police, what they did to me over 20 years or 30 years now. Anytime I see any policeman, I don't feel happy. This man asked me, please help me and drop me in front of our station. I said, no problem, so I enter. And the last person that will hate police, I like this man. I said, oh yeah, enter, let me drop you. You imagine that I'm carrying this man from one of the junction, getting to their base, their station. This man just started dragging with me, my bike. He stopped me, collect everything, lie against me that this and that, detain me, put me in the prison, put me in the station. If I want to stay, there is a criminal. I said this and that. They bungle me like a criminal. I say, Oga, you that asked me to help you, drop you, that you have been here. Why are you lying? I should stop there before you know they start beating me. I say, wow, is it like this? See, since that time till now, when I see any policeman with that black, I just remember, anyone waving hand like this to carry me, I just remember that kind of. To me, I don't even know when this kind of thing will delete from my head. I am telling you what they did.
I can, Mr. Smith. I mean, this is
exactly what we just said.
Yeah.
But then, every victim can actually get help. Because the more you keep blaming yourself, the more you keep being in that same situation. So for just a closing, I would say that a society is not only judged by how it punishes criminals, but by how it treats its victims. Behind every crime is not just an offender. There is a life destructed, like that thing that happened in Delta. They just altered that particular life, and the family who knows the situation and all of that. And now, once a life is destructed, a mind is shaking, a future is altered. What just happened there? Let us stop seeing victims as statistics. Let us understand them, support them, protect them, because the moment we ignore victims, we silently empower crime.
Wow, that's a beautiful closing. We must not ignore them. And you did talk about helping the young man, therapy.
They get therapy. You see, when you are in this situation, you look for people to talk to. You could browse. You see people. You see places. Like I said,
that
for us, we our own soul are those that needs to be rehabilitated.
Okay.
Yes, we most times some of them walk to the office, cry themselves, drug abuse, addict, and all that. We just call them. We don't kill them.
Yeah.
We call them. We talk to them. We try to rehabilitate them.
Yeah.
By the time you talk to one or two, you see changes coming up one after the other.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. So, if you've listened to this, I mean, if you've recently had a terrible situation and you're now aware that you're going through the stages that Mr. Smith mentioned, self-denial, blaming yourself, isolation, staying silent, and the hurts, it's time to seek help, professional help. You can seek for therapy or talk to people around you. Thank you once again, Mr. Smith, for coming to the studio. That's it. We'll take a commercial shortly. It's been Security and You on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening. Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence.
He was so good that we named him Tiger. Yes, precisely. We worked in the same organization many years ago, a print business, Today Sport precisely, and we used to call him Tiger, my son. You know why? It was all about golf, everything about golf. He would tell you without blinking at all. Sam Emehelu, I just called him up and like, Sam, you see they follow golf? And he said, of course, if not golf, what else? My name is Godwin Enoch, and I'll take a quick break. When we come back, you already know. It is not football. It is not the popular sports, as it were. It is golf, big man sport. When we come back from this break. Many thanks for staying with us. Tiger, my son, Sam Emehelu, is our guest, and you are going to listen to the best information from golf. Thank you for joining us, Sam.
Thank you, Godwin. The intro is, I don't think we should have gone past this, but thanks so much for all that. I appreciate it. Thanks, I'm honored here.
Yes, you can't forget the past. If you want to chart a better course for tomorrow, yeah, that's what it is. Yes. Thank you once more. Yeah. Okay, Nigerians want to find out from you, Sam Emehelu. What is the state of golf in our country, Nigeria?
Wow. Golf, like many other sports, is we look at it from different angles. We'll try and break them into different segments so that we can look at it, we can get better. In terms of facilities, Nigeria hosts, or we own the second biggest facility on the continent. South Africa, by far, is the biggest facility. Let me put that in numbers. Over 500 golf courses in South Africa. In Nigeria, we have 50 plus thereabouts in Nigeria. You know why? Don't keep 20 records here. Some golf courses are outdated. Some of them are 9 holes. Some of them are not full functional facilities. So I want to nail down to Lagos. Lagos, we have 5 golf courses. Dragging to say that because some of them are standard golf courses. But of course, we have 3 proper golf courses that we can call that people are familiar with. Ikeja, Ikoyi, then Lakowe Lakes, which is probably the best as who you are, but I think so. They will have 2 other golf courses in Lagos that we can also, one in Satellite Town at the Navy Barrack, and there's another one in the Air Force Barrack in near Ikeja. Yeah, so those are the 5 golf courses. In terms of facilities, I want to say Nigeria has done very well. We have the second biggest facility and we are growing facility. And let me say that one of the reasons why it's not public is because most of those facilities are not public golf courses. We don't even have a single public golf course.
Wow.
Not one of them. All of them are private. That's why most of, when I say private, they are owned either by the military, they are owned by clubs. I want to say clubs that are a group of people who come together for social, and they say, okay, we have this thing in common, we play golf. So, and of course, some of them are in the upper class, so they try our fences off. The same thing with the Koei Club and all that. So the challenge is that golf has not really come down to most most people in the public because we don't have public golf courses. Usually in times when where golf are very popular, we have people. We have public golf courses that are banned by government because it takes a lot to really maintain those golf courses. So you can know why the cost is very high, then the maintenance is very high. It's not like the regular football pitch that we all know. So it can take as much as 70 hectares as it's able to construct.
Interesting.
That's the state of facilities we have that. In terms of playing, our numbers have gone up in the last 5 years. Numbers of people adopting golf, and it's not because our economy has gotten better, because people want to get healthy. One, number two, people want to form new social class, and just some people want to explore. You understand? Quite a number of factors begin, and again, a lot of people want to switch sports, and so for a lot of you, we can't exhaust here. But a lot of people are playing. I want to say numbers now.
Okay. You have said a lot, Sam Emehelo. You have said a lot. In all of this, I'm happy the way you started, facilities, and of course, the number of persons playing golf in our country. Now let's look at what we are doing on the continent and even beyond in terms of what's our ranking like? How well are we doing?
Okay, so professionally, they're not ranking too well. That's got to do with the investment in individual talent. That's some of the best talent here. In the past, I'm sure people are familiar with the name like Peter Kaseka. But Peter Kaseka is still alive. Peter Kaseka is one of the Nigeria's. Let me look for a football term. Something like Shepard Bami. Sorry to use the word. So very popular. Peter Kaseka is still alive. He lives somewhere in Kwara State. Because he's maintaining the golf course there, it's alive. But of course, it's on song. He used to be in the Ikoyi club. He's done so many things for golf in Nigeria. So Nigeria used to have this international, one of the biggest golf championship in this part of the world. We hosted it for 29 years. Called Nigerian Open. Was hosted, sponsored and hosted by the federal government. Supported by the federal government and sponsored and supported by the federal government. The last 3 editions was hosted in Abuja, but we had 25 editions or 26th edition that was hosted in the Ikoyi club. It's called Nigerian Open. Only 3 Africans have won it. It was won by Europeans. That's to tell you the level of the only 3 Africans have won it. The first person that won it is an African who was called, it's a Sierra Leonean called James Levy. Can't put together the year very well because it's an impromptu call. The second player that won it was a Ghanaian player called Amos Kobla. Yes, Amos Kobla won the second. The third African that won it is a Nigerian. And that's the only Nigerian that won the highest honor. His name is Latif Latifi. He's also still alive.
When was this? When was this, Sam? When was this?
Latif Latifi won his role, I think, in 1993.
So because of our time, Sam, we don't have time at all. We have less than 3 minutes, and then we need to quickly.
I'm trying to answer.
No, I'm coming. Hold on, Sam. Sam, since 1933, how far have we done in a few seconds?
We've not done too well. We have opportunity to do better than this.
Why have we not done well?
Why have we not done well? Because golf is still an individual sport, and most of the people, and again, mostly administratively. Let me break a news here. The PGA of Nigeria is presently in disarray. That's all I can say. Presently, and it's shocking. It's shocking the state they are now. I'm saying this. And that is a big letdown for the talent that want to play golf in Nigeria. It's not in my place. I'm not saying this being happy because I know we have better talent than we've ever had in the world in Nigeria's history now than in the other side. This is not the time to play around.
We'll talk about that. So, Sam, if a Nigerian who is listening to you now wants to play golf, where can they play? Where?
Okay, it depends on where you are. If you know any golf course around you, can Google them. Golf course near me. Thank God for Google today. Just go there. Ask for a teaching pro. Most all golf courses in the country have a teaching pro. Okay. Ask for a pro or resident pro who mans the place and ask that you want to play golf. Usually, 13 lessons and be given the bill. I think the bill for teaching is not the issue. Most of them can afford it.
Okay, then if Nigerians can afford the cost of learning how to play golf, how cheap are the equipment?
So I want to advise you to buy a brand new equipment. The fairly used equipment are still affordable, and there are equipment you can rent. So I'm trying to break it down at consumable as they can. I think they can. Brand new equipment can go as high as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 million, depends on what you want to buy. But if what's it called, a fairly used equipment that a beginner can start with, you can get it for less than 100k or 200k. Thereabout. Depends on how good you want. Yeah.
That's interesting. Is golf elitist?
Yeah. Okay. So that question is a two-edged question. One, golf can be elitist because of the cost surrounding it and the fact that the facilities are not open. You understand? The cost of joining a golf course it did above the minimum affordability of the guy on the street. But most of the talent that play golf, I mean, I mentioned Akasiaka and all these talent I told you about, that they are people that are everyday people like me and you who can afford to go there. So, and I keep saying, you don't need to have $1 million to go and play golf. The other odd 50k can put you in the golf start. You understand? But again, the facility you need to pay for it. It's a norm that the government owns. So it's the cost of becoming a member of paying the rent for the government that makes it go beyond the reach of the common man. I'm aware that some places where individual golf courses are making it open to the public. St. Man Golf Course in Apegide, in the Benue State, now when it used to be open to the public. I don't know if it is still now. The golf course in Ada or Short State used to be open to the public, especially the individuals. I don't know if it is still now, but and I think golf courses like that around the country. I don't know how the number. I can make some research and get back. Yeah.
Sam, I want to say thank you so very much for your time. I wish we had more time to talk about golf in our country. Always a pleasure. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Sam.
You're welcome.
Sam Emelu, Tiger, my son. You saw how he just continued. If I didn't stop him, maybe we would have needed an hour or more to talk about golf. But again, he answered my questions the way I wanted them. Thank you so much for listening. Yes, golf is a beautiful sport, and I know that big men are the ones who play it. He says it can be anybody's sport, as it were. But the truth is, you have to chop belly full to play golf. My name is Godwin Enakna. Global Sports Update. Let's keep cruising. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
I know sometimes you be like say, nobody send you, that's when I did for you.
National, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Country man, correct bakelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine we pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is male-related health challenges. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Man problem can be seen in men whenever it frequently occurs that a man is unable to satisfy his partner when it comes to man and woman interaction. It can feature in many ways. In some, it is possible for them to experience poor energy, a situation where a man is unable to get into the act at all. In some are preparing to get into the act, but unfortunately, they just discover that the energy dropped. That is called early ejaculation. It is possible for a man to get into the act and discover that he is unable to stay more than a minute. That is called premature ejaculation, as the case may be. Some may experience total loss of energy. In some, it can be as a result of excessive tiredness after the whole exercise. And some can experience total loss of the energy for even weeks or months. A number of factors can be responsible for this. In some, it can be as a result of infections, of which staphylococcal infection, gonococcal infection are inclusive. There are other infections that are capable of destroying the nerves or the blood volume, making a man to become totally weak. It is not only infections that do destroy the energy in men that have to do with satisfying their partner. When one has used some drugs for a very long period of time, it is possible for one to experience this. In some, it can be as a result of drug abuse. Drug abuse can feature in many ways. Some do abuse alcohol. Some do abuse energizers. People that are faced with sugar problem, that is, diabetes mellitus, if it is not controlled properly, it can weaken the nerves, and under that condition, a man may not be able to stand like a real man again. It is possible for a man suffering from pile to also be very weak in this aspect. And under this condition, there will be serious waist pains. Not only waist pains, there can be stooling of blood. In some, you discover that there can be serious constipation, a situation where a man will wake up and is unable to free his fecal waste. He has to take some regimens for him to be free from such as well. It is possible when there are hormonal changes in a man for a man to be very weak in these aspects. Stress also has a role to play. We should not forget that under depression, the energy a man needs to get into this act can disappear completely. Whichever the case may be, we have to understand this line of action in a man that before a man is able to stand like a real man, the arousal center in the brain must be stimulated. And it is after this stimulation that energy or signal is sent to the male organ through nerves. And after getting it through nerves, we need volume of blood for engorgement of tissues in the male organ for a man to stand like a real man. And anything that is capable of destroying the blood cells, the blood volume, can also make a man to be totally weak in performing his duty in the second room. And that is why we say, whenever we are faced with any challenge, it is very important for one to visit a healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one and determine the root cause of the challenge. And after this, to know the right regimen to put together for one to be totally free from the challenge. And that is why evaluation from healthcare givers is very important to pinpoint the root cause of the challenge. And once the root cause of the challenge is determined, you will discover that solution to such challenge is around the corner. Prostatic gland enlargement also have a role to play in a situation where a man is not able to stand like a real man. When the prostate starts growing after 55 years of age in some people, you will discover that there can be frequency. A situation where when a man sleeps at night, before daybreak, he has voided urine for more than 5, 6, or even 10 times. The volume is not always a very large one, like in diabetes mellitus. But after that stage, you discover that the stream of flow of urine will not have the normal force it used to have, or it may start splitting to two. It is when nothing is done for all these challenges that such will now result to total blockage of flow of the urine. And that is why we say a stitch at a time saves 9. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country healthcare system. Man, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Obarumba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Equator Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. 101.1 FM, The Thrill. My name is Rona Agbara. What a week it has been. This week has been a lot. Yeah, it's been a lot of things though that I may not be able to talk about here, but thankfully the week is rounding off. Tomorrow is Friday, and I'm just anticipating the weekend so that I can have a bit of what's the word now? But yeah, I'm anticipating the weekend so that I can relax and just do a little self-care. Yeah, to prepare for the new week, because before you know it, the weekend is always so short. I don't know why it happens that way. We get to Friday, you say, yay, it's the weekend. You close your eyes and in 5 minutes, it's Sunday evening. And you know what Sunday evening is? It's preparation for Monday. And that's just how the circle goes, round and round and round. I hope that you've had a good week. If you haven't, don't worry. The weekend will be better for you, okay? Yes, let's get into what we have right about now. And that is a statement from former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. And what did he say? He said that politics in Nigeria is not computer game. What does that even mean? Politics is not computer game. Why is he comparing it to computer games? Does it mean, or maybe the idea of politics in Nigeria is not easy, or is not an easy one, but a computer game is easy. Computer games are not easy, all that. If you play FIFA on PS5, or you play Mortal Kombat, or you play Game of Thrones, or any other computer games that you play, you know that it's not easy. Sometimes they beat you and beat you and beat you, and you just get tired and you drop your pads. But let's hear what he said, and let's try to analyze the statement of former President Goodluck Jonathan and what you think about it, right? What do you think he was trying to say? And what angle would you be, giving your opinion on the matter? Now, the presidential race, he said, yes. He said, in his words, presidential race, particularly, is not computer game. That is to say, the presidential race is it tough? Is it difficult? Is it one that you cannot really be certain of the outcome? Who knows what he actually meant by that? But we'll have to go through the news to really find out what his intentions were for saying that, okay? Now, former President Goodluck Jonathan has said that he will consult widely before taking a decision on the forthcoming 2027 presidential election. Yeah, we all know that there's so much anticipation for the 2027 general election, and people have made their intentions known. Some haven't, some are still behind the scene. There's still many more that we'll hear about, but this one now is coming from former President Goodluck Jonathan. He said that he will consult widely. Consult who? Or consult what does he mean by that? He said that he will consult widely before taking a decision on the forthcoming 2027 presidential election. President Jonathan said this on Thursday when a group of supporters came calling at his office, Abuja office, urging him to contest for the 2027 presidential election. We've been hearing news that people are encouraging him, nudging him to, make your intentions known. How about you come out and contest for the election next year? We've just been hearing news about that and all of that talk. Now, they told him, the supporters who came to his office in Abuja, they told him that because of our genuine fear of Nigeria's possible collapse. So they said that they're afraid that Nigeria will possibly collapse. Would we? We are a resilient nation, a resilient people. No matter what comes our way, we'll survive. Are we not surviving? But yeah, going forward, they said that we decided to march on your office today again, hoping that you will step out to receive us and make a statement that will gladden our hearts and the entire nation. We're asking you to hear our cries and contest the 2027 presidential election. The mammoth crowd that came with us here today is a fragment of our supporters nationwide. They say, Your Excellency, we have over 10 million supporters nationwide, and then we represent every tribe Every political party and tongue, young, old, girls and boys, men and women, all are here crying for your voice to say yes to our request. We're asking you, sir, to kindly make a commitment for the 2027 presidential election. Secondly, we want you to immediately pick a presidential nomination form of any party of your choice to contest the election. Now, Jonathan, in response to this message from the supporters who came to his office, said, "It is only patriotic citizens that build their nations. Unpatriotic citizens will destroy their nation, take the money to anywhere to enjoy their lives. So you must be patriotic." And things are very clear. The key thing we need in this country is peace. We've always known that Goodluck Jonathan is a man of peace, right? He's a man of peace. Even while he was in power in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, 2010 to 2015, while he was president, he was always called, all over as, oh, this man is very calm, is very peaceful. Now, he is still saying that the key thing we need in Nigeria is peace. So as young people, for most of you here, more than 18% of you are very young people. I do not even know how old some of you were when I was president. How old was I when he was president? That's not the matter. Let's focus and come back. All right. But then the key thing is peace in this country, and you will continue to advocate for that. And you continue to advocate for peaceful and credible elections in the country. Because if we don't have peaceful and credible elections, most good citizens will not want to bother to get involved in politics. It's very dear to us. Peaceful election, and indeed, as young people, must continue to be fully involved in electoral processes, especially your right to vote. I have observed elections. He says, I've observed elections in about 14 or more African countries. So I have been there. I have been there 2 times. Presidential race is not a computer game. This is what we're focusing on. But I heard you, and I will consult widely. But the most important thing in Nigeria, the young people who have in Nigeria that will plan for our grandchildren. What does that statement mean, that the presidential race is not computer game? Does he have reservations about, wanting to contest for the presidential election? Do you think that maybe there's fear somewhere around in his mind? Or do you think he's scared that, I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I can do that. That statement, what's your opinion on it? Do you think there's a little bit of, is he afraid? Do you think he's afraid to make his intentions known, whether or not he would want to contest next year, 2027, for presidency? Do you think he's afraid? Do you think he has the capacity to handle Nigeria, this current Nigeria? Because recall that when he was president, Nigeria were not really on... judging from the present Nigeria now and the issues that we're faced with, if you want to relate it back to 2015, Nigeria was not as tough then as it is now. So do you think that statement has a bit of fear in it, saying that, this presidential race is not computer games, so computer games might be easy, but you can't compare it to presidential race? It doesn't mean that, it's tougher, it's harder, it's uncertain. You cannot tell what the outcome would be and all of that. Are all of these maybe reservations why he is not making his intentions known? He says that before that he has heard the supporters say that, they want him, they're calling for him to come save us, to come and save Nigeria, give us peace, help us and everything. He said that he has heard them, but he will consult widely. Who are the people that he would consult? Or what consultations? He says that he has witnessed over 14 countries, African countries, their election processes. He has been there in a lot of them. Some other countries, even more than twice, he has witnessed there. He has been there. He has experienced and seen it. But he will consult widely. Yeah, he would consult widely. Who is he consulting now? The consultations that he means is like he would, consult other presidents of other African countries to know if he would decide or not. Is there some indecisiveness in this statement from the former president? Now let's take it back to while he was in office. Let's do a little recap, right, of his government. While Goodluck Jonathan was in office. Now we know that right now we are in the renewed hope agenda, right? But at the time that Goodluck Jonathan was president, it was called the transformation agenda. So that was 2010, after he took over from at first he was acting president before he became full president. So let's bear that in mind as well before we give our reactions on the matter. Goodluck was president from 2010 to 2015. At first, he was acting president in that 2010, and then he now stepped into president fully when Umar Yar'Adua fell ill and traveled abroad for treatment. Yes, Umar Musa Yar'Adua was president at the time. Then he became ill and he was flown abroad for treatment. At that time, he was acting president. And then later on, when the news of Yar'Adua's demise came in 2010, when we heard that Yar'Adua had died, that was when he now became full president officially in May 2010. And then he won the election in 2011 and he served full term, right? And then he left office in 2015. So he was president from 2010 to 2015. He left office at that time when Muhammadu Buhari became president. Yes, he lost the election at that time, 2015, to Muhammadu Buhari. Now, let's try to understand, let's remember, take our minds back to why he was president. How was Nigeria then? Because his government, the transformation agenda, his administration at that time, a lot of Nigerians were still complaining, Now, we know that now there are more complaints, Nigeria now, people are complaining about the economy, hardship, insecurity, and everything. Let's also remember that in 2015 or 2010 to 2015, while Goodluck Jonathan was president of Nigeria, we still had complaints. A lot of people were still complaining. Nigerians were complaining that, the president then, Goodluck is too calm. He's too peaceful. This man is too gentle for Nigeria. He cannot handle, leadership or government. A lot of other Nigerians were of the opinion that, his wife is not fit to be first lady. We all remember Patience Jonathan. Dame Patience Jonathan. Then a lot of people said, she's not fit, or she wasn't fit then, to be president, the first lady of Nigeria. She didn't know how to put her words correctly. A lot of skit makers and comedy videos were made of her. That first lady will speak English that is like this, or the English that she said in this interview. There were so many funny comments and comic videos about the president's wife then. And then they also talked about how that the president was too, he didn't have action. But now, people who criticized then are now still saying that he should come and save us. He should come and become president for 2027 general elections. He should make his intention known in whatever party of his choice and, take the form for presidency and contest for presidency next year in the general elections. Now you're wondering, is it the people that are complaining that time that are supporting now? Okay, what changed? What changed really? The transformation agenda then, the renewed hope now, can you now put them side by side and see a lot of difference? Are there serious differences that would make people, some supporters say that we want Jonathan back. We want him back. I think it's better for us. People are like, I think Jonathan is what we need now. I think he's better for us now. But he says that presidency race is not computer game. He has still not made his intentions known yet. He only said, I have heard, acknowledging that, I have heard what you supporters are saying, but I will consult widely. And that means, if you read between the lines, before I will make my intentions known, if I will or will not, I will have to consult widely. Who is he consulting, though? And what do you think that statement means that it's not computer game? All right. Still doing a little throwback to while Goodluck Jonathan was president. Let's also know that while he was president, we had issues too. It's not like his administration was perfect to now say, now we need him back because his administration was perfect. During his tenure, we also experienced the insecurity to an extent. Well, while we know that this current administration, we have a lot of more, or maybe the insecurity issues have escalated more, but then we also had insecurity. Because I can remember in 2014, we had that Chibok girls issue, the abducted schoolgirls, over 270 something schoolgirls that were abducted from Borno State, and there were even protests about it, bring back our girls movement and everything. So we still had insecurity then while he was president. Also remember that insurgency escalated more while Goodluck Jonathan was president, because we had people coming out to say that, the president is too calm and gentle. A lot of insurgents. We're hearing of bombings, kidnappings, and everything. As at that time, that was when the insurgency really escalated. Also remember that, there was also the case of fuel subsidy that he removed in 2012, and then he had to reverse it. Yeah, because a lot of complaints, Nigerians are complaining, fuel, this, that, subsidy issue, this, that, and then he reversed it. These are I'm just trying to refresh our memory on some of the issues during his administration, the transformation agenda. While there were also other good things that he did, the amnesty issue with militants there, yes, that was also part of some of the things that he did. He also had in the education sector, I'm not going to pinpoint all of that, but I'm just doing a total summary of his administration then and some of the issues that Nigerians were complaining about at that time. Now we're relating it to this 2026. Some supporters are saying that he should come out and make his intentions known to contest for president in any party of his choice. What do you think that statement means? Do you think that Goodluck Jonathan would be interested to be president or to take, the form for presidency to contest? Do you think so? Do you think that, he is indecisive because he has not made his intentions known, and he hasn't said he will or will not? He just said that he has heard, and then he will consult widely. We don't know who is consulting or where he wants to consult or get consultations. And now he says that, this presidency race is not computer game. Do you think there's fear? Do you think the man is, Goodluck Jonathan is afraid that, it's like Nigeria passed me, I'm not sure I can handle Nigeria and their issues. I'm not sure I am strong enough to deal with the issues in Nigeria. He's a peace-loving man, a gentleman, right? He always advocates for peace. When he goes to other African countries, he's always mediating, and he even took a break from politics. Yes. After he lost to Muhammadu Buhari, he took a break off politics for a while. Also remember that Boko Haram was a thing a lot during his tenure. Boko Haram, I think it escalated more and became so, a known name during his tenure too. Now, all these things are questions that I'm asking. What do you think about it? Do you think he is indecisive? Do you think he's afraid to take up presidency form? Do you think he feels, Nigeria is too much, I cannot handle that? What if he decides to make his intentions known? Do you think he can, really be the way the supporters want him to be? Do you think he would be influenced by people coming up to him to say, go take this form and contest? Do you think it will be a personal decision or decisions influenced by people and supporters? Do you think he's afraid? Because we are a peculiar people. Nigeria is a peculiar nation. We are special people. And, that position of power, that office, the office of the president, is no small feat at all. And that race, the presidency race, is really not, it's not bubble juice. We know how intense and how demanding it is. So what do you think about the statement coming from the former president of Nigeria? Goodluck Jonathan. After a 5 minutes break, we'll come back and then let me hear from you, hear your thoughts, hear your opinion, what you think, what you don't think. We'll have to take all of that calls after this High Life song. Just stay with me. I'll open the phone lines shortly. Do you think that former President Goodluck Jonathan will contest for presidency next year? And do you think the statement that he said that presidency race is not computer games, do you think there's fear, in between that statement? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome.
My name is Honorable Chris Okrish.
All right, go on.
If you are being trained by elders, you understand when elderly people speak or through parable, you understand.
All right.
Going by the side of former Goodluck, President Goodluck.
Yeah.
Let me say this. Those people that are sending him, they are sending him on a suicide mission.
Why do you say so?
Let me tell you this.
Okay.
You know what is going on?
What?
Don't be surprised where they are sending him now is to the new party, new Nigerian party.
They've
We
not
know
stated what
everything that
party
is
yet,
going
though.
on. You know the theory. Let me tell you the theory. The theory is for them to divide the power vote of people from here. The same people, the same ruling party are the same people that are doing this in the disguise of, we care for you. My brother, good luck. If you see them again, use tobacco, flog them. They won't kill you. No listen to them. Now, political job has to be that.
All right, thank you.
Their mission, now they waiting to send them.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening to you.
Welcome, Robert Maja.
God bless you.
Go on, please.
We're in a funny country where anything goes. That's the most unfortunate thing because there's no rule of law. People are going to meet former President Goodluck Jonathan, as in how? To come and become what? President of which country? A man under his tenure, Sambo Dasuki, was detained. There was sharing of money among PDP leaders. It's a fact. I'm not a legend. Under his watch. So they are going to tell him to come and contest to be president of which country now? This West Road is over 20 years. It's still under construction. To contest as what? I'm asking that question. So if you told them let him consult, I think it's correct.
Okay.
But I want to tell you, and tell him and those who went to meet him to come out. The date to declare or to join another political party ends on the 10th of this month.
Okay.
27th. So 2 days, only 2 days.
Yeah, all right.
So let him rest. And that thing you are talking about 2011, I do not know whether that thing you're saying is correct. What I knew that brought Goodluck Jonathan on board after he acted as a president, he came on board, was breath of fresh air.
Yeah, he was first acting president before he became full president.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. The slogan of when he became the president was elected, that 2011 was breath of fresh air.
So the transformation agenda was a part of...
Transforming from who now? To transform from who now? It's breath of fresh air. That was the slogan.
All right.
And the whole Nigeria gave him all. Let him rest to preserve the integrity he has left.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, good evening. Yes, please. Go on.
Yeah, my name is Chief.
Go on, please.
Thank you very much. Let me start. In this stage, the second one you played before you started to this expand your highlight, take it back to Ghana. Play us starting stuff with
because of time, we can't really analyze all those throwbacks, but yeah.
Okay, let me leave that. Let me go to this one. If the president decides, the former president, Jonathan, said he wants, they consulted him and they're asking him to come and run, and he wants to run. Are you hearing me?
He hasn't made his intentions known that he will run or not.
Listen, now. If he makes his intention known, if he makes it known to us, and he makes up his mind to run, for me, I would have prepared him to come out and run.
All right.
I would have prepared him because there are certain things he has known. He has known certain things. Like somebody that has confidence and what certain things.
Okay, thank you.
The experience is there. That's when you want to look for. They ask you how many years experience.
All right.
People ask experience. He has experience. I believe strongly they have something to offer.
All right. Thank you.
If he has the chance to come out, let it come.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. All right. Thank you for your opinion. Hello. Good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please. Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening. Go on.
My name is.
Can you speak up? Your voice is very low.
I say my name is Aito.
All right.
In life, experience is best teacher. Why Goodluck Jonathan said all those things? Because they have already tested the power, and they know how Nigeria run their own election. Yes, and the election in Nigeria is not a fair and fair election. Yes, so all those kind of things. I think all those people who tell us make it call run the election. They ask them, say, is it everybody there that have a voter's card? So people can just come, bring you out, and abandon you.
All right.
So for me, very good luck, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Respect yourself. There's no come out at all.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Hello. Good evening. Hello. 0810-951-0951. That's the number to call to contribute on the matter. Hello. Good evening.
Hello. Good evening.
Welcome.
Buka calling from South Road.
All right. Go on.
How's work?
Very well. Thank you.
Okay. Goodluck Jonathan. You don't need to consult anybody. Yeah, I've already told them that he's not ready to contest. Because he told them that presidential election is not a computer game. Yes, now it's not a child's play. For you to contest the election in Nigeria, you have to be financial buoyant. You have to have strength to run the whole 36 states in Nigeria. So you don't need to contest anybody. You have to tell them already that you don't have interest to run.
All right, thank you
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
I'm Yadi Beratile, calling from Aba in Aba.
Okay.
Have you ever gone around the institutions of Nigeria and see how the youth contest the SUG government election. Now you discover how they even use money to influence the election. So I will tell you, if you don't give me drink, give me biscuit, I'll not vote for you. They are youths. So those who are saying that former president should come and step,
All right.
find out what their interests are, because yes, our former president was very peaceful. But currently now, is he going to divide votes
All right.
with someone that will come up from here?
Okay, thank
Or
you.
what?
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your opinion. Hello, good evening.
Yes, hello.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Spice and I'm calling from Liverpool.
All right, go on, please.
All right. The question here, if it is wise for Jonathan to run again for presidency, am I right?
Yeah, do you think he's scared? Why hasn't he made his intentions known or not?
Yes, it is better it doesn't make any intention or attempt to come back as president of this country. Let him just maintain the name that he has kept for himself. You see, this country, a lot of people claim they know this country, but they don't understand this country and the systems of this country. What Jonathan has seen and gone through, I'll advise him and I'll continue to speak. It has nothing to do with the presidency.
All right,
Let
thank
him
you.
just stay, not drag his name to the mud, and enjoy the good name that he has already.
All right, thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome. Good evening to you. Okay, go on.
The only person that will go to Jonathan will go and take answer whether it's consent or not is Orubebe. But waiting Goodluck Jonathan speaks to Orubebe. That time, Orubebe cannot forget that very day. If not by the grace of God, Orubebe will appear a dead man because of Goodluck Jonathan. So I don't think that Goodluck Jonathan have the strength to contest.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right. Let's take a message or two and then we'll get back to calls. Time is running so fast though. This message here says, Rona, they want to get some money from Chief Jonathan. Did he do much while in office then? I say capital no, especially in South and Southeast, which he personally confessed. He will fail if he dares. From Kano. Let's see if we have WhatsApp messages here. All right. All right, this message here says, good evening, Rona Vincent Wozi Chukwucheche. In my own opinion, I will not advise Goodluck Ebele Jonathan to contest because we are in Nigeria and we work here. All right, let's take this call, 0810-951-0951. What is your opinion? What's your take on that matter? Where Jonathan says that presidency race is not computer games. Do you think there is, reservations that he has? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I will not greet you.
Why?
Because you are taking our time too much.
I'm not taking your time now, Shu. Hey. I go straight now. Start talking. No, don't worry.
Taking our time too much.
Now that you're talking, you're taking your time. Oh. Start talking.
It's not good that you're investing me. I know so me, I don't have my own. Having said that, 10 billion. For me, I think your colleague said in around 6. I don't know who and who that calling him to come and do what. It's the cause of the problem Nigeria is facing. He majestically hand over Nigeria to APC. You understand? So which part is he coming from? In time don't pass. It's a woman, it's not a man. That's not what it says. Yes, I'm saying it boldly. He fell woefully. The person
and he lost the election to Muhammadu Buhari
now. Before I ran up, the economy that was his circle under his watch was done by Okonjo-Iweala. Okonjo-Iweala, you will not go to bring him back. Jonathan don't know what to do. He's not a decision man. So let him go. See, I think with them. Now then they sponsor those Northern people. All these boys who see gathered there, I watch them. Now Northern people. They won't make on divide the vote here so that people will win. That is the political strategy.
All right.
You
Thank you. Okay.
billion.
Okay. 08109510951. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome. Good evening.
Yes, Benjamin calling from Egypt,
All right. Go on, please.
Port Harcourt.
Okay.
Yes, this issue, this matter, we discussed it earlier in the evening.
Yeah.
So my own take is this. Jonathan should not come to run for presidency again. Let Emiloko inherit, suffer all the money that he has borrowed, over 100 and something trillion. So Jonathan should not be the one to come and inherit the borrowed, the credit, the money borrowed by Emiloko. Let Emiloko suffer it alone. Thank you and God bless you.
All right. Hello, good evening. Hello, I've taken your call. Go on, please. Are you there? All right, that call dropped. 08109510951. What's your take on the matter? He says that he would widely consult. Yeah. So he just told the supporters that he has heard them. He would widely consult. And he's also saying that, this race that you all are urging, or the you supporters are urging me to go on or to take, is not computer games. And I'm asking, why is he likening it to computer game? Is it that there's a little fear or reservations that he has for not being decisive about his intention? Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good.
Welcome. I'm fine. Go on, please.
I think I've watched that video.
All right.
Yeah, the former president addressed the Jimmy supporters, urging him to come back, contest 2027. And his response is clear. That I will consult widely doesn't mean yes.
All right.
But rather, to look at it, see that it actually meant no. That he's not going to contest.
Okay. All right.
And when
Thank you.
he said that it's not a computer game,
yeah,
it's a way of telling them that if he was going to contest, he would have started earlier.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
You get it right.
All right. Thank you. Hello. Good evening. Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on, please. I can hear you. Go on. All right. I'm not sure I can take any more calls. Are you there?
I can hear you clearly.
Go on, please.
I can hear you. You just have to come out and contest.
Okay. Okay. All right. I'm not sure I can take any call. Let's just check this comment on Facebook. You can go drop a comment on Facebook, and this one is coming from Amity Prince. He says if he contests, he will win any candidates, including Tinubu, because he is the best Nigerian democratic president. But he will not contest. He does not want to say it out. From Amity Prince. Thank you all so much for joining and lending your voice and your contribution on the matter. Yes, let's see. We'll just have to find out how it will unfold, if he would or would not. Just stick around. Good evening.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News in a Premium Talk Radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Senate reverses standing orders amendment to reopen leadership contest. House of Reps pass FCT and NDDC budgets for 2026. Rivers Police arrest 5 over illegal security outfit in entire local government area. On the foreign scene, Chad declares 3-day mourning for soldiers killed in Boko Haram attacks. Details shortly. The Nigerian Senate has reversed its recent amendments to the standing orders, a move that reopens the contest for key leadership positions in the 11th National Assembly and potentially widens the field for future contenders in the race for Senate President in 2027. The decision followed a motion moved by Senate leader Senator Okpeyemi Bamidele, who explained that the changes introduced 2 days earlier to Section 2 Subsection 2 and Section 3, Subsection 1 could create constitutional inconsistencies and unintended tensions after further legislative review. The resolution was adopted during plenary presided over by Deputy Senate President Jibrin Barao. With the reversal, all duly elected senators are now eligible to participate in the election of presiding officers without first taking the oath of office and allegiance. The earlier amendment has restricted participation in Senate proceedings, including voting for the Senate President and Deputy Senate President, to senators-elect who had taken the oath prescribed in the 7th schedule of the Constitution. The development also sparked mild tension in the chamber. Senator Adams Oshomole sought to clarify his earlier remarks on lawmakers' right to express their views during proceedings, but was ruled out of order by the Deputy Senate President, who said the matter had already been resolved. Bamidele, while citing the Senate rules, insisted that any further concerns should be raised through a substantive motion and cautioned Oshomole against what he described as drama on the Senate floor, referencing exchanges from Wednesday's sitting. The House of Representatives has approved the 2026 statutory budget proposals of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and the Niger Delta Development Commission, passing 2.29 trillion naira and 1.75 trillion naira for the two agencies. The approvals follow the adoption of reports presented during plenary by the relevant House committees. Presenting the FCT reports, Chairman of the House of Committee on the Federal Capital Territory, Mukta Betara, said the budget was designed to cover personnel costs, overhead expenditure and critical infrastructure projects across Abuja and surrounding communities. According to the breakdown, 165.78 billion naira was approved for personnel costs, 378.23 billion naira for overheads, and 1.47 trillion naira for capital projects within the FCT. In the capital expenditure allocation, the education sector received 162 billion naira, while the Resettlement and Compensation Department was allocated 143.18 billion naira. The House also passed the 2026 budget of the Niger Delta Development Commission, valued at 1.75 trillion naira, following consideration of a report presented by the chairman of the House Committee on NDDC, Eriatake Ibori Suenu. The Commission secured 47.57 billion naira for personnel costs, 49.93 billion naira for overhead expenditure, and 22.36 billion naira for internal capital spending, while the bulk of the data in budget, 1.63 trillion naira, was earmarked for development projects across the Niger Delta region. Former President Goodluck Jonathan says he will embark on wild consultations before deciding whether to contest for the 2027 presidential election following renewed calls for supporters urging him to return to the race. Jonathan spoke in Abuja after a group of his supporters marched to his office to press him to consider another presidential bid. He said any decision on participation in the election would be taken after careful consultations, while stressing that peace and credible elections remain critical for Nigeria's stability. Jonathan urged young Nigerians to remain actively engaged in the democratic process, particularly through voter participation, noting that inclusive and peaceful elections are essential for national development and political stability. The former president also reflected on his experience observing elections in several African countries, warning that presidential elections are not a computer game and require serious national reflection. While acknowledging the calls from his supporters, he said he had heard them clearly and would consult widely before making any decision on a possible return to the presidential race.
If we don't have peaceful and credible elections, most good citizens will not want to get involved in politics. As young people must continue to be fully involved in the electoral process, especially your right to vote. I've observed elections in about 14 or more African countries. Nigeria have the lowest turnout of elections in every election cycle. And it shows as if people are not even interested in their election. Presidential race is not a computer game. But I've heard you, and I'll consult widely. African countries that even when we are students, parts of our scholarship monies were contributing to solve problems in those countries and treating Nigerians as if we are all a bunch of criminals, because probably we leaders have not been able to build our country. These things could be done by any other person, may not necessarily be Jonathan. But I've heard you, I will consult if there's need to.
Meanwhile, the Federal High Court in Abuja will tomorrow hear a suit seeking to stop former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 2027 presidential election. The suit was filed by lawyer John Mary Jideobi, who is asking the court to declare Jonathan constitutionally ineligible to seek the presidency again. Justice Peter Livu had earlier ordered hearing notices to be served on the defendants after they failed to file responses to the suit. Jonathan is listed as the first defendant, while the Independent National Electoral Commission and the Attorney General of the Federation are joined as second and third defendants. The plaintiff is seeking an order restraining Jonathan from presenting himself as a presidential candidate and preventing INEC from accepting or publishing his name for the 2027 poll. In the originating summons, Jideobi argued that Jonathan had exhausted the constitutional limit of 2 terms after completing the tenure of late President Umar Musa Yar'Adua in 2010 and subsequently serving a full term following his victory in the 2011 election. The Nigerian Army has cautioned its personnel against the misuse of social media, warning that soldiers who violate existing regulations on online conduct will face disciplinary action. Reports said the warning was issued by the Army Provost Marshal, Major General Matthias Erebulu, during a training seminar for military police personnel. Erebulu said soldiers had no business engaging freely on social media and stressed that breaches of the military's social media rules would attract sanctions. He directed commanders and officers in charge of various formations to intensify sensitization efforts within their limits and units to ensure that strict compliance with online conduct guidelines are met. He also reminded personnel that unit leadership must ensure troops are fully aware of the consequences of improper online activity. The Corporate Affairs Commission (CAC) has introduced a new direct payment option on its Intelligent Company Registration Portal (ICRP), aimed at simplifying business registration and related filings in Nigeria. In a statement posted on its official X handle, the Commission said users can now make payments directly through its Revenue Optimization and Assurance Project (RevOps) platform for selected services, eliminating the need for external payment gateways. According to the CAC, the initiative is designed to improve efficiency, enhance transparency, and support the federal government's broader digital transformation agenda in public financial management. The RevOps system, launched last year, focuses on reducing revenue leakages and strengthening accountability across government revenue channels through real-time monitoring and data-driven processes. Under the new system, users can pay for services such as annual returns filing, change of business address, cessation of business, and updates to business name or objectives directly on the portal. You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news in foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. There is growing concern among parents and members of the public over the inability of some graduates of Kenule Binson Sarawiwa Polytechnic, Bori, to participate in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps NYC program due to their department not yet obtaining full accreditation from the National Board for Technical Education, NBTE. Reacting to the development, the Executive Director of the Indigenous Language and Cultural Empowerment Foundation, Magnus Edo, described the situation as deeply troubling. Edo, in an interview to the FM's Uchendu Jowo, explained that graduates of the affected departments are becoming increasingly frustrated as certificates from unaccredited programs are not recognized for NYC mobilization or public sector employment.
The backwardness in education affect the future of our children, not only our children, but our nation building. We are talking about the growth of youth, and youth are being stranded. Youth are being restrained from pursuing their career, because since you cannot use what you have to continue your education, you cannot as well use what you have to be gainfully employed. According to the Nigeria setting, you must present paper, and this paper are yet forthcoming. It is not going to affect only the school, it's traumatizing the children. As parents, it is painful. I haven't paid school fees all these years. Checking the age of our children, they shall be competing academically with other children elsewhere.
He noted that the situation represents not only an institutional failure, but also one that threatens the future of young people while placing significant emotional and financial burdens on affected families.
We are calling on the management of Kent Poly to act now and ensure that they did all what they could do to ensure that all these courses are accredited. We love the institution. That is why we are calling on the management to act now. We love our children. That is why we need them to continue their education. We are calling on all stakeholders, the executive governor of the state, mostly the rector that was recently appointed, and the chairman of governing council of Kent Poly to act now. We need results. We need results so that this 2026 academic year will be a year that we can celebrate.
Magnus Edo further emphasized that students deserve clarity, justice, and direction, calling on the management of the institution, relevant stakeholders, and Governor Siminalayi Fubara to urgently intervene and address the concerns of affected students of Kent Poly. As at the time of filing this report, efforts to reach the management of the institution for comment were unsuccessful. The River State Police Command has arrested 5 suspects allegedly linked to an illegal security outfit operating under the guise of a civilian joint task force in Sakpenwa, Tai local government area of the state. The suspect, identified as Precious Mene, Blessing Felix, Barine Gaviga, Joy Ndonye, and Mohammed Ibrahim, were arrested during a targeted operation carried out on May 6, 2026 by operatives of the State Intelligence Department acting on credible intelligence. In a statement by the Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Agabe Blessing Kabolo, 3 locally fabricated pump-action rifles were recovered from the suspects during the operation. According to the police, preliminary investigations reveal that the group was operating unlawfully under the false pretense of providing security services. The command, while stressing there was no recognized or legally authorized security outfit known as Civilian Joint Task Force operating under the authority of the Nigerian Police Force or any government-approved security agencies in Rivers State, reiterated that no civilian was permitted by law to possess or operate firearms without lawful authorization, warning that individuals or groups involved in illegal security activities would face prosecution. The statement also noted that the Commissioner of Police, CP Olugbenga Adepoju, reaffirmed the command's commitment to intelligence-led policing and the protection of lives and property across the state, while warning criminal elements and unlawful groups to desist from illegal activities or face the full weight of the law. The command also noted that investigations were ongoing to uncover the full scope of the group's activities and urged residents to remain vigilant and support the police with credible information to sustain peace and public safety in the state. Residents and drivers plying the old Aba Road in Oyigbo local government area of Rivers State have decried the deteriorating condition of the road, describing it as a major challenge for commuters and businesses operating within the area. The resident who spoke to Today FM's Priye Izogu lamented that the road becomes almost inaccessible during the rainy season due to erosions, potholes, and flooding, thereby causing hardship for motorists and pedestrians. They called on the Rivers State government and relevant intervention authorities and agencies to urgently rehabilitate the road to ease transportation and improve economic activities in the area. The resident also noted that some portions of the road previously rehabilitated by the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, have already deteriorated and are now in poor condition. According to them, the old Aba Road serves as an important alternative route for motorists traveling between Rivers and Abia State, stressing that neglecting the road could further worsen traffic.
That place now, they worry many people. But I say, make known motors, not even follow here. Make them help us, then go feed them for, make them do them for us. The road, they very rough for any season time.
So the Nelly dredging company that is existing there now help us to amend some certain places. But once it is June, July, that place will be no gray. So let the government come and rescue us.
Thank you very much, sir.
The road is very bad. Old Abaparakot Road. So Imo River. They don't take care. They rather go take express. They revise. If they're going this way, they will revise. Take the other way. They should come and help now. NDDC has done one time. No way. It's spoiled. So the River State government or anybody in position will come.
Members of the Amewule family in Umbodo village, Alu community in the Ikore local government area of River State, have again called on the Inspector General of Police and the State Commissioner of Police to urgently intervene to prevent alleged illegal sale of their family land. The family in an interview with newsmen accused one of their own, identified as Fabulous, of selling the Adoro farmland in Umbodo Alu, Ikore local government area, to resident doctors, the Academic Staff Union of Universities and ASU, without the consent of other family members. A principal member of the family, George Amewule, who spoke on the development, said, despite securing a court judgment concerning the disputed land, their brother has continued to act independently, refusing to involve other family members in transactions related to the property. Amewule disassociated the family from any sale of the Oroada farmland, stressing that neither the eldest man nor other principal members were consulted before any transaction was initiated, warning that the situation could lead to unrest if not urgently addressed.
All this why that the judgment came, he has not been carrying the family people along. He has been selling the land. It's not the general family that sold the property to whoever that bought the lands. So those people, if they said they are not land grabber, they are not into land grabbing, why will you go and buy property of such amount or such number? You did not investigate. Can one man have more than 1,000 plot or 900 plot in this Nigeria? No history, no title. He just went ahead and paid the person outrightly. So I am calling Inspector General of Police so people will not tag the Commissioner of Police as land grabber.
The legal representative of the Amewule family, Nduboisi Agumagu, outlined the legal process that led to the family securing judgment over the land and expressed concern that a real estate company and other organizations would proceed with the purchase of the property without proper consultations with the rightful owners. Agumagu added that the family is taking all necessary legal steps to reclaim the land from those who allegedly acquired it unlawfully.
Judgment was given in favor of the family on the 25th day of July 2025. Since the judgment was given in favor of the family, the Fabulous who represented the family has refused to carry the family along. He has gone ahead to sell family property because the judgment was very, very clear. This is Amegule's family land. It's not an individual's land. So we are telling the general public not to buy any property in respect of or other farmland situated at our law in the Ikore local government area without confirming from the family property. And the family is taking steps to nullify all the transactions Fabulous did in that place.
The paramount head and Inyewali of Alakaya community, His Royal Highness Daniel Ogbonna Dodo, the Oha Alakaya in Council, Community Development Committee CDC, opinion leaders, youth, women, and the entire Alakaya community have expressed deep regret over the passing of their member, brother, and former chairman of the Alakaya CDC, Anelechi Samuel, who died on June 11, 2025 after a brief illness. Anelechi Samuel, whose burial ceremony is scheduled for Saturday, May 9, 2026, died at the age of 46. In a statement jointly signed by Eze Daniel Ogbonna Dodo and the CDC chairman, Enyi Leonard, on behalf of the Alakaya community, the funeral activities will commence at 10 a.m. with the departure of the body from Delight Mortuary at Ogbakiri Junction to his family house at Amadiegbe's compound along Umbweke Road, Rumologu Community, Alakaya. At 10:30 a.m., the body will lie in state at his family residence, while the funeral service will commence at 11 a.m. before interment will follow at 12 noon. The statement further called on all and sundry to come out en masse to give the late former CDC chairman a befitting burial. And on the foreign scene, Chad has commenced a 3-day national mourning period following the killing of soldiers in recent terrorist attacks in the Lake Chad region. 23 soldiers were killed and 26 others injured after Boko Haram militants attacked the Baka Tolorum Island military base. According to a decree signed by President Mahamat Idris Deby Itno, national flags are to be flown at half-mast throughout the mourning period, while all festive activities have been suspended. The Lake Chad region, which borders Nigeria, Niger, and Cameroon, has remained a hotspot for attacks by Boko Haram and its breakaway faction, the Islamic State West African province, ISWAP. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Nigerian Senate has reversed its amendment to the standing orders reopening leadership contest in the 11th National Assembly. The House of Representatives has passed the FCT and NDDC budget for 2026. We told you that Rivers Police have arrested 5 suspects over illegal security outfits in entire local government area. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Chad has declared a 3-day mourning period for soldiers killed in Boko Haram attacks. That was the news that's edited by Stella Sasongo. Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Aguera. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Cameroon former National Assembly President Kavaye Yegui Jibril dies at 86. Israel strikes Beirut for the first time since Hezbollah ceasefire. DR Congo president hints at extending his term. Iran considering U.S. proposal as Trump says war will be over quickly. Details shortly. Former president of Cameroon's National Assembly, Kavaye Jibril, has died at the age of 86. He was one of the country's longest-serving political figures and a major presence in the parliament for decades. His death comes just 50 days after he stepped down as Speaker of the National Assembly, a position he held for a record 34 years. Local media report that he died in his home village of Mada in Cameroon's far north region, where he retired earlier this year. Jibril first became Speaker in 1992 and remained a loyal ally of President Paul Biya throughout his political career. He played a key role in the passage of several constitutional and political reforms under the Biya administration. Critics, however, often accused Parliament of failing to challenge executive power during his tenure. Democratic Republic of Congo President Felix Tshisekedi has said that he may consider seeking a third term in office when his mandate expires in 2028. Speaking in Kinshasa, Tshisekedi said any move to extend his presidency would only happen if the people demand it through a referendum. The Congolese constitution currently limits presidents to 2 terms, making his remarks politically significant. He also warned that the election scheduled for 2028 could be delayed because of insecurity in the eastern part of the country. It was learned that M23 rebels currently controls parts of the north and south Kivu, including the major cities of Goma and Bukavu. The president says voting cannot take place properly if large regions remain under rebel control, linking the election timetable to restoration of peace. Mali's military government has appointed a new chief of general staff following recent coordinated attacks across the country. Elise Dao officially took office after being promoted from Brigadier General in the National Guard to Major General. The reshuffle comes less than 2 weeks after armed groups carried out attacks that exposed security concerns in the several areas. Military authorities say they have evidence that some personnel may have helped in the planning and execution of the assaults. Media reports also suggest several opposition figures and military members have been detained since the attacks. Analyst says the latest changes reflect pressure on the junta to tighten security while also raising concerns about political crackdowns. Chad has declared national mourning after deadly attacks by Boko Haram militants in the Lake Chad region. Officials says at least 24 soldiers were killed when insurgents attacked the Baka Toloro military base on Monday evening. 2 generals were also reportedly killed on Wednesday after security patrol boats were ambushed on the lake. The government says flags will fly at half-mast and festive activities are suspended during the mourning period. President Mahamat Debi says Chad will continue to fight against terrorism with renewed determination. The Lake Chad Basin remains a major hotspot for Boko Haram and Islamic State West African province fighters operating across Nigeria, Niger, Cameroon, and Chad. Now away from Africa to the rest of the world. Israel has launched an airstrike on Beirut for the first time since a ceasefire with Hezbollah was announced last month. The strike targeted the southern suburbs of the Lebanese capital, an area widely known as Hezbollah stronghold. Images shared online showed flames rising from damaged buildings after the overnight attack. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he personally approved the operation, which targeted the commander of Hezbollah's elite Rwandan force. There has been no immediate official response from Hezbollah. Despite the ceasefire announced in April, both sides have continued to accuse each other of violations, raising fears of wider escalation. Iran says it's reviewing a proposal from the United States aimed at reducing tensions over Tehran's nuclear program. President Donald Trump says the conflict with Iran will be over quickly and insists his administration wants to prevent nuclear escalation. Reports from Washington suggest that both sides may be moving toward a memorandum of understanding. The reported framework would include suspension of Iranian nuclear enrichment activities and the easing of sanctions. It may also address free passage through the Strait of Hormuz, a critical route for global oil shipments. Iranian officials have not confirmed acceptance of the proposal, but say their response will be communicated through diplomatic channels. A U.S. judge has ordered the release of a document said to be a suicide note written by Jeffrey Epstein before his death in jail. The handwritten note reportedly mentions an investigation and describes choosing the time to say goodbye. The document was reportedly found by Epstein's former cellmate after an earlier alleged suicide attempt in 2019. Authorities have not publicly verified the authenticity of the note. Epstein died in a New York jail while awaiting trial on federal sex trafficking charges, and his death was officially ruled a suicide. The United States Africa Command says search efforts are continuing for 2 missing American servicemen in Morocco. The men disappeared during the multinational African Lion military exercise. Officials says one soldier fell from a cliff into the ocean near the Cap Dra training area during the hike. 2 others entered the water in an attempt to rescue him, but only one was able to return safely. More than 600 personnel are involved in the operation, supported by aircraft, ships, divers, and rescue teams. African Lion is one of the largest military exercises on the continent, involving the U.S., Morocco, and several partner nations. China has sentenced 2 former defense ministers to death with a 2-year reprieve on corruption charges. State media says Wang Fenghe and Li Shangfu were found guilty of accepting bribes. Under Chinese law, such sentences are commonly reduced to life imprisonment after 2 years if no further crimes are committed. Authorities say all personal assets belonging to the 2 men have been confiscated. The ruling comes amid a sweeping anti-corruption campaign targeting senior military officials. The crackdown has led to the removal of several top figures and signals President Xi Jinping's continued grip over the armed forces. Singapore's education minister says schools are still allowed to use caning in serious disciplinary school principals and use by authorized staff only. Officials says schools must consider the age, maturity, and behavior of the students before any decision is taken. The ministry says caning remains available only for male students and only as a last resort. The comment comes as Singapore prepares new anti-bullying measures expected to be introduced in schools from 2027. That story from Singapore concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Olawale Sanusi of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Cameroon former National Assembly President Kavaye Yegui Jibril has died at the age of 86. We told you that Israel has struck Beirut for the first time since Hezbollah ceasefire. We also told you that DR Congo president has hinted at extending his term. And finally, Iran is reportedly considering U.S. proposal as Trump says war will be over quickly. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe, your voice, your opinion? Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. Sudan, Ethiopia and the United Arab Emirates trade blame over recent attacks on Khartoum airport. Addis Ababa denies its involvement in the Sudan war. But what do the indicators say?
As Ethiopia has grown more frustrated with the Sudanese army, it does look like it has grown friendlier with the RSF. And at least there is evidence that it does look like the RSF activity along the border with Ethiopia and probably into Ethiopia has increased, and that there are weapons flows clearly that seem to be going to the RSF through Ethiopia.
And bicycles are fading away in many parts of urban Nigeria, but in the northeastern rural community of Mishara, they remain a symbol of love and commitment to marriage.
Frankly, I cannot marry a man who will not buy me a bicycle.
If you don't provide a bicycle as a suitor, you are seen as not good enough.
We hear more about this fascinating tradition. It's Thursday, May 7th. For a while now, Sudan and Ethiopia have been shifting blame onto one another, attributing their internal strife and wars to sided support. Ethiopia has accused Sudan's army of providing arms and financial support to fighters from the Tigray People's Liberation Front, an ethnic nationalist party and former paramilitary group in Ethiopia. Sudan, on the other hand, accuses Ethiopia and the United Arab Emirates of supporting the Rapid Support Forces with weapons, and that's a claim UN experts and US lawmakers have found credible. According to a recent investigation by Reuters news agency, as of January, more than 4,000 RSF fighters were undergoing military training at a secret camp built in Ethiopia, and their logistical and military supplies were being provided by the UAE. Now, with the recent series of drone attacks that targeted Sudan's Khartoum airport, the allegation of the UAE's involvement have resurfaced.
Based on documented information and strong evidence from our official agencies, on March 1, 2026, hostile aerial movements began with 3 drones from Bahreida Airport in Ethiopia towards the White Nile and Blue Nile states and the state of North and South Kordofan. The drones' data were analyzed and we asked the manufacturer, and it reveals the following. The S-88 drone belongs to the UAE and was used from Ethiopia at Bahreida Airport. What the UAE and Ethiopia have done is a direct act of aggression against Sudan and will not be met with silence. Our armed forces are fully prepared to deal with any threat.
That's the voice of General Asim Awad Abdel Wahab, Sudan's army spokesman, speaking on Tuesday following the drone strikes on the airport. Sudan has retaliated by recalling its ambassador to Ethiopia after accusing its neighbor and the UAE for orchestrating the attack. Ethiopia has denied these allegations, describing them as baseless. The Foreign Ministry in a statement mentioned that Sudan and Ethiopia do share a historic and enduring bond of friendship. For more perspective, I called up Alan Boswell, Horn of Africa Director at the International Crisis Group. Let's begin with what the relationship between Ethiopia and Sudan had been like. I understand from the map they are neighbors, but have they been good neighbors?
Well, it depends at what point of history we go back to answer that question. We can start during the era of Omar al-Bashir and the previous leader of Ethiopia, Meles Zenawi. Both of these two leaders ran their countries for consecutive decades. And they had reached something of a working relationship between Ethiopia and Sudan, although it, of course, did have its challenges, as such big neighbors often do. But that relationship really started to break down after both of them had new governments arise in 2018 and 2019. So you had the rise of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed in Ethiopia in 2018, and you had the fall of Omar al-Bashir in 2019 in Sudan. And after that, you saw the relations between the two countries become much more volatile and often quite troubled. And unfortunately, we're on a trajectory now where relations are really going in the wrong direction.
And the UAE continues to deny the allegations against them, first of all, from contributing to the building of an RSF training camp in Ethiopia. That's according to Reuters investigation. And now the drone attacks on the Khartoum airport. How should we understand these competing narratives coming from both sides?
Well, the best way to understand it is that both Sudan and Ethiopia face major internal challenges right now and essentially their own internal civil wars. And what both countries say, what their leadership say, is they both accuse the other of supporting their armed opponents. So we're starting to have something of a classic cross-border proxy scenario happen. Now, it gets a lot more complicated than that when you zero into it. Sudan's specific allegation against Ethiopia is that they are saying that there are UAE drones that are operating from within Ethiopia and flying and targeting locations, including Khartoum Airport in Sudan, and this has been happening since March. Besides that, they also say that the RSF, which, the Sudanese army is fighting the civil war against, has been receiving weapons transiting through Ethiopia, and that there is a lot of RSF activity essentially inside Ethiopia as well. Now, Ethiopia says that, meanwhile, its opponents, including a number of Tigrayan forces, have been supported and armed and fighting on the side of the Sudanese army. And it also more generally sees the Sudanese army as closely allied to Eritrea and Egypt, both of which Ethiopia views at the moment as something of regional foes. You have the stars aligned in a very negative way, in which both increasingly are seeing each other as an enemy, and this is a very unstable situation because they share a long border, and because both countries are also facing their own internal challenges. There's lots of different ways for this to make the situation in both countries much worse.
If Ethiopia is involved in this, what interest does it have?
Well, Ethiopia denies the allegations that it's directly involved, but it does say that it is very frustrated with the leadership of the Sudanese army, the de facto authorities in Sudan. As I mentioned, it sees them as being overly allied to Egypt and Eritrea, two countries with which Ethiopia views as working against Ethiopia's interest, and it has also accused the Sudanese army of hosting Ethiopian opposition groups and even helping arm some of them in its own fight internally, but basically being as part of an axis, an anti-Ethiopian axis within the region. That's how Ethiopia views it, while it also tries to deny the allegations that it is supporting the RSF.
From your analysis, is it possible that Ethiopia is being used as a proxy by the UAE because the UAE has also denied its involvement, even though Sudan insists? So please make it make sense.
Well, there's a lot of counter allegations that are flying about, many of which we can't confirm based off of public evidence. What's clear is that Ethiopia is a strong regional ally of the UAE, and it's also clear that the UAE is the main backer of the rapid support forces in Sudan, although the UAE denies that, but there's ample evidence to show that that's true. As Ethiopia has grown more frustrated with the Sudanese army, it does look like it has grown friendlier with the RSF. And at least there is evidence that it does look like the RSF activity along the border with Ethiopia and probably into Ethiopia has increased, and that there are weapons flows clearly that seem to be going to the RSF through Ethiopia.
What does this tell us in general about the conflict in Sudan? Is it evolving? Are we seeing a shift in tactics? Or is it even escalating at this point?
So the big picture here, and the very worrying one, is that what started as this power struggle inside Sudan, essentially within Sudan's military, has over the last 3 years turned into what's an escalating regional war. You have numerous countries from the Middle East who are now deeply involved. Nearly every neighbor of Sudan is somehow involved in the war one way. Because it keeps escalating, it is getting more and more difficult to contain the war inside Sudan itself. And what we're seeing now between Sudan and Ethiopia is really part of that. That as this war continues to escalate, more and more weapons are flowing through more and more countries in the region. The region is becoming divided between those who support the army versus those who support the RSF. And it's really starting to tear the region apart. And we are now seeing countries within the Horn of Africa themselves become at odds with each other and possibly go back to a previous era of starting proxy wars in this region on top of it all. So it's a very dangerous time, and what's desperately needed is regional de-escalation, both within the Horn of Africa itself, but also among all the outside countries that are now getting involved in this region very heavily as well.
When you talk about a de-escalation of the conflict in the region, are we going to see any efforts to reach a ceasefire in any form or political resolution, if you may? Is that a solution that is in sight?
I wouldn't say it's in sight. I never lose hope that we can reach a settlement, because I think this war in Sudan, frankly, is a destructive one that really should end as soon as possible. But what's clearly needed is we need both regional de-escalation and national de-escalation. So I think it'll be very difficult to get the two warring sides in Sudan to agree to a ceasefire as long as they're continuing to receive such outside backing to fight each other and being encouraged to do so by their respective outside backers. So we probably need to see some de-escalation among the chief backers. You have Egypt and Saudi Arabia, for instance, which closely are allied to the Sudanese army. You have the UAE allied to the RSF. There is a track led by the US to try to get them to push collectively for peace, but I think that effort only made it about halfway, and a lot more is needed on that front. But there also needs to be more pressure on the Sudanese themselves to speak with each other to end this war. Because so far, both the army and the RSF, they've been refusing to sit down in peace talks to try to end this war directly.
Many thanks to Alan Boswell, Horn of Africa Director at the International Crisis Group. In a statement to the BBC, a representative of the UAE government said the accusations by Sudan are part of a calculated pattern of deflection, shifting blame to others to evade responsibility for their own actions, and are intended to prolong the war and obstruct a genuine peace process. The statement goes on to say that the Sudan authorities must cease misusing international platforms and focus instead on ending its role in harming and killing the Sudanese people during this devastating civil war. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. For our next story, we're exploring something that may seem unusual at first, but carries deep cultural meaning. We're talking about bicycles and marriage in a community in Nigeria. We are in Borno State, which grabbed global attention in 2014 following the Chibok schoolgirls' abduction by Boko Haram insurgents. But today, we're shifting our focus to Mishara, a community in the state where we follow two women riding on a bicycle to understand why bicycles are so important to them. Here, suitors are required to present a bicycle when asking for a woman's hand in marriage.
Frankly, I cannot marry a man who will not buy me a bicycle.
In our tradition, having a bicycle is a requirement whenever a woman is getting married.
If you don't provide a bicycle as a suitor, you are seen as not good enough because it is considered to be the most important item.
Yes, you heard that right. Those are the voices of members of the community. Now, to many people, bicycles may not seem like a big deal, perhaps used to exercise, short distance travel, or delivery services. But for the women of Mishara, a bicycle is much more than that. It's a lifeline.
When it is time to marry, a suitor is expected to provide the money for bicycle alongside other items on the list. Because when it is time for the wedding, the bicycle will be presented.
For context, Nigeria is home to over 300 ethnic groups, each with its own traditions around marriage. In most cultures, however, men are handed a long list of items to provide before a marriage can be sealed. So why is a bicycle on the list in Mishara? My colleague Ayuba Ilya has been telling me about this tradition and what it means to the people. But how did he even know about this?
So first off, I'm from northeastern part of Nigeria. Went on to the university at the University of Maiduguri in Borno State, where this practice is still being upheld by members of the community there. From time to time, we'll get into conversation with friends, with classmates and so on. And as young men, we will talk about what the requirements are for a suitor who wants to marry from a particular tribe. And these issues will always spring up as to what make up the lists. So that's how I got to know about this culture.
And in this case, we're talking about a bicycle, right? When many hear of a bicycle, it's either for fitness purposes or just riding for fun. But why is a bicycle so important in Mishara community, especially for the women and the families there?
Yeah, so for them, it's a sign of readiness. It's a sign of commitment to the person that you want to marry. The parents, for them, is a reassurance that their daughter is not going to suffer because she has a supportive husband. So it's about that. And in this day and age, if you think about it, it might seem, funny, but if you situate it far back in, say, maybe decades ago when owning a bicycle is a big deal, you would appreciate it better, because there were times when people who own bicycles in communities are considered highly placed people. Let's be real.
In most African societies, before the evolution of cars and motorbikes, I think bicycles were a thing. But beyond the symbolism, is there any practical role that the bicycle plays in the daily lives of the women in Mishara community?
So predominantly because they are farmers and women are very involved with the farming activities in those communities, bicycles come in very handy there because they will use it to go to the farms, to fetch firewood, for market errands, even fetching of water, for instance. Access to water is a big challenge for many of them in that community. And so they rely on these bicycles as a major support. We spoke to some of the women in the community who shared why they value bicycles, and I'd like us to listen to some of the women.
If the man leaves for his daily routine and I don't have anyone to run errands, I could use it to go fetch water, go to the grinding machine, or to get groceries.
The only work we rely on is farming. Hence, bicycles are very useful to us. Our children need school fees, so if you consider the cost of living, paying for transportation, feeding, tuition, etc., the bicycle is our major support.
Like you mentioned, you studied in Borno State and you have known about this custom way back from your undergraduate days. But what made you decide to tell this story right now?
I think that the question of marriage and culture and tradition is something that resonates with people all around the world. Every now and then when you go on social media, you see people trending for what they say about marriage and tradition, and people have all sorts of qualities that they think a man should possess before they can marry. You have all these conversations going on. You have women who would say a man should be able to earn so and so, he should have this, he should have that, and so on. But when I reflect on, communities like that, and then I see the simplicity of life and how that certain things are not made a big deal, as long as you are able to do the barest minimum, something to just symbolize care, and you get to marry without any issue. So I just thought that it's interesting to have this, other perspective thrown out there for people to actually see that people have various, preferences, choices, values when it comes to marriage.
Right. Ayuba, let's talk about the commercial aspect of it now. Are there people who sell these bicycles locally? Is there a market locally that caters to people who need the bicycles? Are they locally made?
They are not locally made. They are actually imported. And that's one market that I would say is making a killing, really. Statistic by Statista Market Insights actually is projecting that Nigerian bicycle market is going to expand by 3.29% from 2025 to 2030. I spoke to a bicycle seller who actually explained to me the kind of money that they make. I would like for us to listen to him.
Like during the Valentine period, I usually sell about 30 to 40 bicycles in a month, sometimes even more. A bicycle can cost between 150,000 to 170,000 naira. That's about $122. For fairly used ones, we'll sell them between 70,000 and 100,000 naira. That is about $72.
And Ayuba, Nigeria has over 300 tribes or ethnic groups, and it speaks over 700 languages. Can you just compare and highlight some of these practices and how unique they are to the culture of the people?
Yeah, so like you rightly said, Nigeria has over 350 ethnic groups across the country, each of them with their various tradition and customs when it comes to marriage. I've heard stories of some cultures that will require the groom-to-be to build a house for his in-laws.
Build a house?
Yes.
My goodness. How long will it take him to do that before he gets to marry?
Yeah, build a house, So, but, if you think about it in our context and in our time, it sounds very big and all. But in the olden days, they are mainly thatch houses that they use, So it's not something big, as it will sound now. But these are, practices that goes on to show the uniqueness of the culture. Sometimes you hear the groom-to-be will be expected to, say, provide fabrics for the aunties of his wife-to-be. They will be required to buy cows. They will be required to buy beer for the in-laws-to-be as they come, for introduction and, for the traditional rites and so on. Kola nuts, several items are typically required. So it varies from culture to culture what men are expected to provide when it's time to marry.
Ayuba Ilia there. That's Focus on Africa today. If you'd like to speak with us, send us a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 243. You can also send an email to focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk or reach us on social media @BBC Africa. Today's episode was produced by Bella Twine in Nairobi and Ayuba Ilia in Lagos. The senior journalist in charge was Charles Gitonga and Maxwell Onyango, the technical producer. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdullah. I am Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak to you again soon.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today